Recording in progress.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Thank you.
You may have a echo on one of your entries.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
disconnect from my phone. I thought I wasn't able to get through on this computer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone, and happy Saturday. Happy last day of class. So today we're wrapping up. We have set an agenda for today, and we're going to spend perhaps the first 30 minutes or so, maybe doing some recap, looking at some things, but primarily we want to share today some professionalism activities. We have someone coming on board around 10 o'clock or so to begin a conversation on resume writing. And I believe the other person is going to talk about having a web presence so that you can get connected or become networked with others so that you'll have opportunities to, get employment in the field. So with that being said, we want to thank everyone for your participation and coming on board. We have basically identified individuals who we consider completers, and completers are those individuals who have gone through the course the last 6 months, and the individuals who have engaged in the course, as well as taking the various tests and doing the various assignments. And so we have identified those individuals, and what I've done, I've looked at the midterm performance and the final exam performance to measure a grade for the term. And so if you have not taken the midterm or the final exam, I want to encourage you to do so, because in doing so, you are presented with a certificate and a transcript. And so the goal is to provide you with a transcript today, at some point today, as well as a certificate for participation. Now, Ms. Gwen Singletary is who is the director for the Wiley Kennedy Foundation. She's going to come and share some other information and give some thanks and all those wonderful things. And so I just want you to know that you will receive a transcript as well as a certificate for completing the course. And with that being said, Mr. Mitchell, did you put that in the classroom as well? Sent some additional information about the problem-based questions?
I did put the link to the site that holds the PV, the problem-based questions. So they can go there and practice those.
Okay,
whenever.
awesome.
But I do need to, put some new ones in there. I do need to create some new ones, update. But I think it's about 15 or so in there.
15 or so. Awesome, awesome. All right, so I do want to get some feedback as to your performance. If you have taken the Security Plus exam, if you've taken it, could you give us some feedback as to your experience? Can we congratulate someone today? Okay. Can you give us a reaction if you have taken the exam? If you have taken the exam, can you raise your hand? Okay. So no one has taken the exam? Okay. All right.
Sorry, I can't find, this is Miss Mary. I'm sorry, I was looking for my hand raised button. I did take the exam. I did not pass it, but I didn't do as bad as I thought I may have done. So I'm studying to retake it. It was, it wasn't as bad as I expect, but for me not to have ever taken a cybersecurity class or anything of that sort, besides high school, which has been a very long time ago,
Okay.
with the basics of computer skills and that sort of thing, it wasn't as bad. I will say, please study the scenarios, make sure that you understand it fully, so when you do see the information again, you're going to be successful. I'm not too far off on it, so I'm not beating myself about it, but please study those scenarios and make sure that you're understanding in what direction you're going with it.
Okay, great. That's good feedback. And so you took a look at your the results, right?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
you see, and you saw your weaknesses and that sort of thing.
I
Okay.
did.
Can you send me a private email and also to Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
The results?
I
Okay.
will.
Okay. Donna has something in the chat. She's having a problem with the audio this morning. And
Can you hear me now?
yes, yes.
I'm sorry, there's an echo because I'm on a second device. But I will tell you, I did take the exam. I apologize for the echo. And it took me both of my attempts. However, on the second attempt, I passed.
Awesome.
I will say to you this, in echoing what the young lady just said, that test is a beast.
Okay.
By the way, the test is based on conceptual learning. That's really the foundation of the test. The information we get in class is awesome, I will say. Thank you so much to you guys, Mr. Lee. The definitions are wonderful to know, but putting them in action is how you're going to pass the test.
Awesome.
But everything we learned in class is on the test, and I do mean everything.
Okay, awesome. Yes.
There's I took the test twice. There were two different versions of the test. So there was no way that I could just say I memorized this question and know that answer. That is not what this test is. But the book is a great resource, but the book gives you the definitions, and asking questions in class so that Mr. Lee can explain some things is how you're going to get the concept. So I will tell you, I was better prepared the second time, having been exposed to the test the first time.
Okay, awesome.
It's a beast.
Okay.
I am very glad to say I passed.
Yes. Well, congratulations. Oh, we're happy.
Thank you so much.
Yes, we're happy for you. And thanks for that feedback.
Absolutely.
And could you also send us your results, please?
Yes, yes.
Okay, awesome. Now, can I ask you this question? The first time you took it, and the second time you took it, was there a significant improvement in the score? Like, for example, the first time you took it, maybe you scored 600, second time you scored 800.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
My difference was, okay, so let me explain my circumstances. The very first time I took the test, I didn't pass it because I didn't finish it. The test is timed, and I will promise you, they will not give you 1 extra second. When the test is over, and even if you're in the middle of it, because I was in the middle of answering a question, the test, it turns off. It literally turns off.
Okay.
So there is no going back. So I got close to passing it the first time, but I just simply didn't finish the test.
Gotcha.
Second time I still didn't finish the test, but I got further in the test. So the difference in my scores was about 30 points difference, but the second time it put me in the pass zone.
Awesome. That's good. That's good feedback. Okay, so so every question is pretty much timed.
Well, the entire test as a total is timed.
Yes.
You literally get 1 hour and 30 minutes, not 1 second more.
Okay.
And it begins when you open the test. It does not begin when you answer the first question. It begins when you open the test.
Yes.
So it accounts for how long it takes you to read a question, read your choices, understand the question, because it is not just straight definitions. It is scenarios, concepts, right?
Yes, yes.
And so it is to behoove you not to take a whole lot of time to consider 2 answers. Go with what you understand the question to be asking you. Don't try to read too much into the question. And as Mr. Lee has told us before, dig through the fluff. But it's that test, it is the beast. It is quite the accomplishment to pass it, I will tell you. But it is not to beat yourself up if it takes you more than 1 time to pass it, because I get it.
Yes, yes. All right, great. Okay. All right. Anyone else? I think Mary was going to say something. Okay. Can we get some feedback from some?
I do want to say, for those who haven't taken the test, I encourage you to use the voucher. Don't be afraid of going in there and seeing what the test is like. We're all going to look at it differently. But like we just said, it's going to give you, you're pretty much prepared for it, right? You got the information. They're not going to ask you anything out of the realm of what we talked about. It's just, do you feel up to taking a test? Are you good with test taking? Have you prepared yourself for that? And then reading those questions, not getting tired at the end, not really getting caught up on too many questions. Like I said, you got a minute per question. You want to go ahead and read it, be decisive, and if you have time at the end, go back and check your question, check the ones that you have marked. But I would encourage you, just go ahead and take it. You get a retake, and then the blessing of all this is that it's free. Okay, for me, I had to pay each time, so that hurts. But you can't understand totally, because the test that we give you, it's, we can word it close, but it's not going to be the same as actually time on the clock. I got to make a correct answer right now. So I would just encourage you to go in there, even if it's at the home or you go to a test center, just take it, see where you stand at. If you pass, congratulations. Now, go ahead and start filling out applications. But I would just encourage people to just go ahead and take that test, and don't be afraid of failing. A quick story, I just took a test yesterday for the CIFM, and it was 150 questions in 240 minutes. And I failed, and I got tired at the end. I didn't prepare myself to do 150 questions. I prepared myself to do about 50 questions. So once I got around 70, 80 mark, I started to get tired of reading over and over and over. Each question, each answer, deciphering. So just prepare yourself to be in a test-taking mode. Other than that, don't be afraid to go out there and see where you stand at.
Yes.
I do have a question. This is Miss Mary. How long can you retake the test? How long do you have to wait to retake? Well, I know there's no time frame in that, but when does the voucher expire is what I'm asking. Because I don't want to take it too soon, but I don't want to take it too late either.
Okay.
I want to make sure.
So the email that I sent you with the voucher, you want to
Yes.
check that email. I think it has the expiration date on it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what
Gotcha.
you want to do, you do want to take it, you want to take it while the information is fresh.
Right.
And then once you've taken it, and hopefully you'll pass the first time, but if you don't, then you can see the areas in which you need to prepare for. The other thing is what Donna said about the time issue for her. She probably would have passed it the first time if she had managed her time better. So even if you're just taking it just to see, the time efforts on it, it's best to go ahead on it and take it. So Mary, what was your experience with the time?
Oh, that was Mary. I was, but yeah, if the time was okay, but I'm like Mr. Lee, when you get so much into the question, you're like, yo, I'm tired of, reading at this point. You do get a little tired. And I was right on the time. I had maybe about 5 minutes to spare.
Wow.
Give or take. So I did get a little tired at the end of that test. But I did make it through the whole test. But you start getting a little jittery, like, oh my gosh, I got it. Because I'm one about time. So I'm like, oh, how much time do I have left? That kind of thing. So I did watch the clock a little bit as well, you know what I'm saying, to see where I was. But I did have like at least 5 minutes to spare.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good to know. And as you know, everyone's experience may be different. Some people may be good at, taking tests. Some people may have a little anxiety up front, but I always tell folks, take a deep breath. And you don't have to start immediately, but you do need to start. And just remember, if you waste maybe a minute, that you're going to have to make up that time somewhere else. Some questions, I'm sure were pretty obvious to you, and you were able to move quickly to the next question. But yes, so everyone's experience is different. All right, can we get some other feedback? I see Ms. Solomon. I thought I saw Ms. Frederick on today. So Ms. Solomon, did you have an opportunity to take the test? And Shalonda.
This is Shalonda. I have not had a chance to take the test yet, but I do plan on getting it scheduled.
Okay. All right. Antigone? Okay, maybe she's having something with her audio. If you can give us your response in the chat, if you can, that would be great.
And Dr. McBride, I have one more question.
Mhm.
With that voucher code, does that work for the second time as well? That's the same code?
Yes, you
Okay,
get to use
okay,
that twice.
okay,
And
gotcha.
reach out to me because, you know, we had some people who dropped out of the class. And so I can make maybe a voucher available should you need it.
Gotcha. Okay,
Okay.
all right,
So
thank you.
we hope you won't need it like Donna. But
Exactly.
you know, should you should you need it, you know, we're willing to we're willing to, you know, grant you that opportunity.
Okay,
And then that means you'll have 4 chances at it.
gotcha.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah. But
hopefully
please,
not.
yeah,
Hopefully not.
hopefully not. Please do not let that voucher expire. We had some students who last cohort, well, a student who and she was had a situation going on, and she was trying to wait until she delivered her child before taking the exam, and so the voucher expired. So just look at the expiration date and, you know, get in and try to make it happen. Now, remember that if your voucher has expired, then the one that I may have for you would have expired as well. All right. So
Gotcha.
that's why it's important to get in there and get your voucher done, get your test done. All right. So at least have you scheduled your test, Antigone? And Donna, if you don't mind, could you send us a picture? We like to provide you with a special certificate and special recognition as having passed the exam. Okay. If you don't mind.
I'm sorry, a picture of
Yeah.
me? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I sure will.
Okay. Awesome.
Thank you.
Yes. Well, we are proud of you guys, especially the fact that you all stayed the course, completed the course, and that now you have an opportunity to become certified. And that speaks volumes. And so when Donna now updates her LinkedIn, you know, she can list that certification and certainly on her resume. And so, yeah, so we're very proud. If I could do a cartwheel, I would do one today for you, Donna.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I will tell you, when I finished the test and walked out of the building, I just sat in my car for 1 minute. So relieved, but so grateful. And then
Yes.
the next day is when I got excited about it.
Is that right? Okay. All right. Well, we want you to know that this entire cohort is very happy for you. And Mary, we're happy that you launched and took that attempt. And next time you got it, girl, you got it. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to say. In about 6 minutes, the Wiley Kennedy Foundation will be coming on to give some kudos, and we will mention Donna's success, and everyone else just keep at it, keep at it. And my suggestion is that you know, go ahead, you know, that exam, schedule that exam, and Okay, Donna says she has some practice questions that I use to help my study if you're interested. All right, so yeah, so Donna, go, can you post it in the classroom? I think you're allowed to post things
Um,
or the link or whatever.
I think I will offline kind of contact you and Mr. Lee to see what the best option is, because it is a set of it's a study guide, but it's a learning, like it literally mimics the exact the test itself. So it's kind of a program. So the questions are in a program that I purchased. So I'm gonna see how
Oh,
I
I see.
share that with you guys. But I'll
Okay,
get with you and Mr. Lee like offline for that.
okay, awesome. And how much was that
Oh, it
program?
was expensive.
It was what?
It was rather expensive,
Okay,
but it was worth it. And I'm willing to share as much of it as I can. I think at least sharing a practice exam itself will help.
yes,
Because
great.
there's several different sections in it. There's an exam for each chapter of the book that you guys shared, and then there's a practice test itself that will help me prepare for the test at CompTIA.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay, awesome.
I'll share as much of that as I can. I'm not sure if I can just share the link or not.
I got you. Yes,
I'll
yes.
contact you guys offline and see how that can work.
Okay. All right, or at least share the source information. That will be wonderful
Oh,
as
absolutely.
well. Mhm. Okay. All right. Looks like we have the Hughes on already, and we're waiting for Ms. Singletary to come on board. We have her scheduled at 9:30, and then we'll have the Hughes come on after Ms. Singletary. All right. Okay, thanks for the feedback, everyone. Certainly appreciate it.
And just to speak on that study package that Donna brought, a lot of CompTIA's material will carry over. If not the exact questions, it will be worded the same, right? So they'll give you those paragraphs of scenarios that you need to think through. And so you can go ahead and get used to seeing those types of questions and study in a study environment. And then once you get to the exam, shouldn't be a surprise that, they'll give you 2 paragraphs to read, and then they're just going to ask you 1 question. So not a bad package to get up on if it's in your budget. But if not, then go with the study materials that we provided.
Mhm. Okay, awesome. All those resources are very helpful, very helpful. Okay, well, I see, is this one of the board members for
It
Raleigh County?
is. Good morning. It's Gloria Brown.
Good morning, Gloria. How are you?
I'm
Ms.
well.
Brown?
How are you, Ms.
Awesome.
McBride?
Yes, doing great, doing great. Okay, so I'm waiting for Miss Singletary to come on board, and she was scheduled at 9:30. And so while we're waiting for her to come, Ms. Brown, you want to share some information about what you do with the Wiley Kennedy Foundation?
Certainly. I serve as the board secretary, just taking all those wonderful minutes. But above and beyond that, I just really work closely with Miss Singletary, supporting all the visions that she has put forth, and working closely with the board and ensuring that we are staying focused on our mission and trying to secure grants to accomplish those missions and goals, and just happy to see that the cybersecurity program is still thriving and doing well. And so I'm not sure if Ms. Singletary is going to be on this morning. Did she tell you she was going to be here this morning?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes.
Because she asked me to come on and say a few words to the students, because she was going to be traveling.
Okay. All right then. Good. Good. Okay. So yes, this is your time then, Ms. Brown.
Okay.
And
Well,
before
yes.
you get started, we do want to share that some of our students have taken the CompTIA exam, and we have one student who has been successful.
Awesome.
And she's Donna Brown. And so we want to congratulate Donna.
Absolutely. Congratulations.
And yes, and for all the others who have attempted, and they're close, they're very close. So we're looking forward to more success stories in the very near future. Okay, so we'll turn it over to you, and you can share whatever you need to share with us.
I just wanted to say, on behalf of the Wiley Kennedy Foundation, in the absence of Ms. Gwen Singletary, our executive director, and our chairperson, Mr. McBride, I just wanted to say congratulations to all the students. We're just so happy that you were willing to step forward and participate in this program, because until we get participants, it's just vision on a piece of paper. So you bring the fruition to this program, and we're just so proud that you stuck to it and you completed the program. And our hope and prayer is that this will open doorways and pathways and catapult you into many other areas that perhaps you're thinking about or dreaming about, and that just the fact that you have completed it, and we just want to say congratulations. And if there's anything that the Wiley Kennedy Foundation can do for you in the future, please reach out to us. And if there's any assistance we can give to you, or anything that we can do to help you. And we just hope that you just keep moving forward. And again, congratulations. We're super proud of each and every one of you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for coming.
You're very, very welcome. And I'm going to say good morning and bye-bye.
Okay, great. It's nice meeting you, seeing you again. And we look for more future encounters and engagements. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we want to thank Wiley Kennedy Foundation for making this opportunity affordable for us, affording us this opportunity. Yes, we certainly appreciate it. And hopefully this will.
Thank you to our great facilitators and professors. Thank you so much for all that you do for the students.
Okay.
We appreciate you.
You're quite welcome. Okay. All right then. So looks like we are moving along with our schedule today. So we have the Hughes and they're coming on board now. So okay, thank you. The host has enabled screen sharing. Great. So would you like me to introduce you, or would you like to just introduce yourself?
Sure,
Ms. Hugh?
Dr. McBride. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
My
Oh,
husband's on the side. You can see it. Yeah.
uh-huh.
Good morning.
Great. Okay. Good morning. Okay, so we have a fantastic team on board today, who's going to give us some information. I'm sure we'll be able to launch that job that not that job, but the cybersecurity position that we're looking at. So we have Mrs. Brittany Hugh. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly? Is it Hugh or Huey?
It's Huey. It's Britton Huey and
Yeah.
Alvin. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, right, Mrs. Britton Huey. And we also have her husband, Alvin Huey. And so just to give you a little bit about Brittany, and then we'll turn it over to them and Alvin. Brittany is a native of Columbia, South Carolina. She graduated from Francis Marion University, where she majored in mass communication and technical writing. She spent the last 15 years of her career in the IT sector. She was recently employed as a director of IT program management at Booz Allen Hamilton. She currently works as a senior Scrum Master and functional delivery lead at Aluit?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So Brittany has interviewed, hired, and managed IT professionals at varying levels. In addition to that, she also owns her own career services boutique called Edification, where she curates unique value propositions to position professionals for their next opportunity. She's certified. She's a certified resume writer. She resides in Charlotte, North Carolina, with her husband of 18 years. She has a golden doodle, who is Nyla. In her spare time, she loves mentoring young people, counseling couples, and actively participating in church and community. It's just so wonderful that we have a husband-wife team, or we should say wife-husband team. Alvin Huey is a native of Columbia, South Carolina. And so he graduated with a degree in finance and management from the University of South Carolina. He has held multiple management positions and has worked at multiple Fortune 100 companies. Awesome. Alvin, with the prompting from the Holy Spirit, decided to return to school in 2014. He graduated as summa cum laude with 2 degrees, one in database programming and the second in software development. He currently works as an IT agile coach at TD Bank and holds over 10 different IT certifications. In addition, Alvin owns his own IT company called Clear Vision Business and IT Consulting. Alvin has interviewed and coached multiple professionals to success in the IT space. He currently resides in Charlotte, North Carolina with his wife, Brittany, and their golden doodle, Nyla. In his spare time, he enjoys spending time with his wife, serving at church, reading, mentoring, and working on stock investment strategies. That's awesome. We have 2 wonderful presenters today. And so I give you Mr. and Mrs. Huey.
Thank you so much, Dr. McBride, for the warm welcome. Really, really appreciate it. Good morning, everyone.
Right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Just want to quick sound check. So again, thank you, like I said, thank you to the Wiley Kennedy Foundation and Mrs. Singletary. She is such a visionary and has an incredible heart to really disrupt the norm along with the foundation that they've been able to provide support and guidance for so many people that are trying to re-enter or negotiate the corporate world for the first time. We also want to thank Dr. McBride as well, just for your intellectual capital, your pour, and just your heart for Christ. I remember to you last year. So
yes,
those two coupled together are just such amazing components, just phenomenal. And also Professor Mitchell as well. You guys, you students have something really special in the two of them. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get started. Give me 1 second here. I will share my screen out. Please let me know if you can see it.
yes.
Perfect. All righty, good deal. All righty, so this is a career services workshop. We're going to take the first half of the workshop and discuss resume writing, all of the different components and skill sets that are required to really draft what I call a unique value proposition, which is your marketing statement, right? It's your first time to introduce yourself to prospective employers. So we're going to chat through that, talk about all the components of that. And then Alvin will come on and he will talk to you about the interview. So once you've developed this beautiful resume, you've attracted the interest of employers, he's going to chat through what it takes to land that job. Okay. So, alrighty, so let's go ahead and get started. Here. There we go. Alrighty, so resumes are your ticket to an interview. Essentially, before you submit that, in the space that we're in, and just in the corporate space in general, before you submit a resume, no one really knows who you are. And even if that comes by an employee referral or word of mouth through someone, you still have to actually demonstrate the skills and experience through a resume. So it's really important that that looks good, that's a good job, and that's done well. Hold on 1 second, guys. We're going to put our golden doodle out. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. She normally doesn't bark. For some reason, we're on a presentation and she's deciding to use her vocal cords. Alrighty, so like I said, resumes are your ticket to an interview. All right, congratulations. You guys have completed the cybersecurity course, so you have the knowledge base. Whether you've passed the class or not, you have the knowledge bases, which is what is going to help propel you in the corporate space and propel you into the cybersecurity industry. Huge congratulations to Donna for passing the test. That's amazing. My advice to you, and Alvin will tell you as well, networking is huge. Your network is your net worth. And so you guys have obviously spent the last couple of weeks in a course with Donna, and if she has the bandwidth to do so, I would definitely lean on her for study tips and support and counsel in regards to how she successfully passed the class. So again, congratulations to Donna and congratulations to the rest of you for completing the course. It took, time constraints and commitment to actually go through this. And this is not easy material to decompose and to understand. So huge congratulations to that. And you've entered into a robust space. The BLS predicts that cybersecurity jobs will grow by 31% through 2029, which is over 7 times faster than an average national average job growth of 4%. The cybersecurity industry is and it will continue to remain one of the most dynamic and critical industries in the world today. If we were, I don't know if you guys have all the components of Zoom. If so, I would ask you generally to raise your hand if you have been a victim of a cyber crime, you know, whether your account has been hacked through Cash App or, you know, your actual bank, or how many times have you gotten an email letting you know that your account has been compromised? Yeah, exactly, Tawana. Your account has been compromised in some way. And so all of that is tightly coupled with cybersecurity functions. That's not going to stop. As a matter of fact, I was just reading in Time Magazine a couple of months ago that unfortunately, if there are going to be any sort of crimes against America, one of the first things that they would try to do is attack our infrastructure, which is our cybersecurity space. So that's unfortunate, but it creates a massive space for you guys in cybersecurity. It's absolutely not going away. Growth of ransomware, security threats, and attack vectors. Attacks against business organizations, phishing, right? Increasing global demand for security professionals. That's happening all over. Digital transformation specialists, and even small businesses and influencers, social media influencers are hiring cybersecurity professionals so that their Instagram accounts aren't hacked or their Facebook accounts aren't hacked, because that is their source of income. And so they're looking for ways to secure that. So this industry is wide open. One other piece, I love data sets. So one other piece of information to just keep in mind is, according to the Grandview research, the cybersecurity market reached a value of $179 billion over the last couple of years, and it's estimated to grow by $372 billion by 2028. So again, I can't emphasize enough that businesses totally understand the importance of cybersecurity in this space. And unfortunately, as those cyber crimes continue to increase, they're going to continue to improve and try to secure their digital infrastructures. It's just the way things are going to go. So sorry about that, guys. Alrighty, so we will get into today's workshop. Today, we're going to talk about what a resume is. We're going to talk about 2 different types of resumes that you can, when you're drafting or you're thinking about brainstorming and what kind of resume you want to create based on your skills and experience and the way that you want to position that to prospective employers. We're going to talk about, you know, which resume, or give you some thoughts or some ideas about what type of resume you may want to create, and keeping in mind that it's not a bad idea to have multiple resumes in multiple formats. I have about 4 different resume types. Resume format and content, how to make it aesthetically pleasing, how to get it through the job scan systems, the applicant tracking systems that most companies use, to ensure that it can actually be seen by a live person, right? Helpful tips when emailing your resume. You know, you get a job referral and you're not going through an online tool. What does that look like when you're emailing and uploading your resume? And then finally, cover letters and then LinkedIn. Okay. I'm gonna pause periodically for questions. So feel free. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. And Dr. McBride and Professor Mitchell, I would ask you, I can only see just one small linear line of a participant. So if you see anyone raise their hand, please feel free to stop me. And I'm happy to answer questions as ad hoc as we go through the presentation.
Awesome. Yes.
All righty. So someone said, you never get a second chance to create a first impression. I don't know how many of you were raised in the South, and I think it's sort of a Southern thing, but my grandmother used to always say, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. So it's important that you present yourself properly in the way that you want to be represented the first time. I think there's some anomalies to that, and of course you get an opportunity to really prove yourself, but it takes a lot more to do that than when you present yourself properly the first time. From the very first time that people meet you, from the very first hello, you are being interviewed. Even if it's not in the corporate space, if it's in a social setting, we are naturally designed to interview people. I mean, to interview and to evaluate people that we are interacting with. So just keep that in mind when you are just out and about, presenting, networking, interviewing, all of that good stuff. Your resume is one of your first impressions with a potential employer. So most resumes only get 20 to 30 seconds. Most people only look at it for that amount of time. I mean, just think about it. When we're on social media and we're scrolling, unless something catches our attention, if it's a large amount of content, we keep scrolling. We don't even read it, or we try to scroll and get a cursory view and get a general idea. It's just the way, with how fast paced the world is going, it's just the way that our minds think. I look at something and I just keep scrolling, and I'm sure that is the case for a lot of you as well. So it's really important to be able to capture your reader's attention in that time frame. And today we're going to talk about some nuggets to help you do that as well. So what is a resume? Sorry, I don't know why it's skipping like this. One second, guys. Okay, there we go. So what is a resume? A resume is a short account, 1 to 2 pages of your experience, your qualifications, and your achievements. Again, its goal is to capture the reader's attention and interest. And again, you have to, within those 20 or 30 seconds, make enough of an impact to grab the attention of the prospective employer. In most cases, that prospective employer, that first line of defense, is going to be that applicant tracking tool, which is what most companies use to determine whether or not your resume has enough keywords and indicators to pass you through to a live person. Because most companies, are resource centric, and they're thinking about how to staff their weaknesses, your solution to their weakness or their problem. And the same is the case in the HR space. And so they don't have enough people generally to read every single resume. So they're leveraging these tools to give them some insight about who they should actually be interviewing and evaluating. Okay, so here's an example of what I said, and this is a cybersecurity resume. So here's an example of when I say a short account. So it's, your experience and your qualifications, a couple of sentences here. And then again, your experience and your qualifications baked into the actual professional experience section, education, and then your skills and other. One of the things that I would probably recommend in most cases for most of you would be that your skills and your cybersecurity certifications and all of the things that you've learned in terms of key skills related to that, I would recommend that probably be placed right up front. Because you are going to be applying for cybersecurity jobs, and you want them to see right up front that you have that experience, okay? But we'll get into that a little bit more. But these are the key sections and components that you want to make sure that you have in every resume. You want to make sure that you have a summary, that your experience is laid out as easily understandable, your education, and then also, of course, your skills. Okay, so that can come in any variety of organization, but it should definitely include those things. Okay. Any questions so far? Okay, good. So we're going to keep plowing along here. What is the purpose of a resume? For employers, the purpose of a resume is to screen candidates who do not clearly meet their needs, or who do clearly meet their needs. To screen candidates for the skills and experience and education that clearly aligns with the problem that they're trying to meet, or if they're trying to get ahead of something. So they have a particular need, and so they're looking specifically for candidates that match that skill set. For candidates, your reason for creating a resume is to market to your employer. Remember, it's your unique value proposition. It's your marketing tool. How many times, I'll give you this example. My husband and I actually were in the Cheesecake Factory having brunch, maybe last week or a couple of weeks ago. And he was sitting facing the door. Fellas, you should always make sure you're sitting facing the door. So that's just my quick memo about that. And he saw they had 3 screens that were probably 36 inches each, if I had to guess. Perfect HD. My husband was still undecided about what he wanted to eat. And so all of these different images were flashing on the screen in a slideshow type fashion. So he decides that he's going to have a burger. And so the waitress comes through, he orders the burger. And after she orders, he says, man, I tell you, marketing is so important. It really is the oxygen to any business, and in your case, to any individual. He said, I had no idea what I was going to eat. A burger wasn't even on my purview. And I saw that, and the burger looked so good. The sliders looked so good. I was convinced that I was going to get that. And he said, and then as I continued to look, they began to show me options for different cheesecakes. And I started to start thinking about what kind of cheesecake I was going to get. And so if we take that example and translate it into resume and content, you think about the fact that you want to be appetizing to your potential employees. You want a potential employer to say, I've got to have them. They weren't even on my radar, but I have to interview them. I have to get them in here. I have to at least hear what they have to say, right? So again, employers are creating, when they create job requisitions and that sort of thing, those are essentially solicitation requests because they have a need. And candidates, you do the same. Your resume is a solicitation request because you have a need. You want this job. And in some cases, you're doing it just to test the market. My husband will talk about that, I'm sure, in his section, but you should always be testing the market to see how marketable you are, to see what the maximum allowable rate is for your particular position. It doesn't mean that you are dissatisfied with where you are, but you should always know where you stand in the workplace, in the marketplace. Because companies are doing that. They're gathering their data sets, and so you should always make sure you have a set of your own as well. Again, like I said, your resume is an opportunity to demonstrate your capability offerings, right? So all of the tools and the skill sets that you learn from cybersecurity, it's an opportunity to really demonstrate that on your resume. Also, a resume in applying for a job, remember I said that you are always being interviewed, even from just the first inception, the first point of contact. A resume in a job application cycle or a recruiting cycle, employers are also testing you to see if you can follow instructions. So if they say, make sure you're reading all the instructions before you apply. I've seen employers actually do things like embed things in their instructions, like put the word circle at the beginning of your resume. It's a test to see whether you're detail-oriented, right? It's easy to say that you're detail-oriented, but again, employers are looking to see you demonstrate those capability offerings. So make sure that you are doing things like that as well. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to cover there. Okay, so next slide. Alrighty. What your future employer wants you to know. This is extremely important, and it's going to give you a competitive edge against your counterparts if you really understand this. As a matter of fact, I would encourage you If you have your phones, if you're not on your phone, or even if you are, I would encourage you to take a picture of this slide. It's that important. Because I would use it as a checklist to map against my actual resume before I'm submitting it, or to use it before I'm interviewing. Employers want to know what you can do for me. Again, they have a problem and they're looking for you to solve it. They're looking for solutioning. In your resume and your interview, you are prescribing solutioning for their problems. Okay. How can you improve my operations? So on your resume, you always want to provide quantitative, which is numerical values, because companies are driven by data sets. They're driven by numbers. Their stakeholders, when they go to present to their stakeholders in the fiscal year or every quarter or whatever their cycle is, they are presenting numbers. And so you have to be able to do the same on your resume. It doesn't need to be, you know, a mirage of a whole bunch of numbers, but if you said that you did something, you need to find a way to be able to quantify that. And I'll show and provide examples of what that looks like later on in the presentation. Can you make me money? Even if you're not in the financial space, can you make or save me money, right? So for example, you are I don't know, an IT security analyst, right? And your job is to a portion of your job is to create or to provide penetration testing. Okay, so your penetration testing and you creating those test cases for the penetration testing and executing it in such a way that you are able to identify threats that are coming before they've impacted this company's market, you've made them money, because they can then take that to their governing organization and their bodies to show that they have a secure enclave and a secure infrastructure. And so that makes them money, because that saves them money in terms of fines. And then if they are pitching to other businesses, to provide their solutions to their services, they can say, our penetration testing is so secure based on the professionals that we have, that we identify 85% of our threats before they even get through the second layer of infrastructure or whatever. I'm not cybersecurity, so you guys get what I'm saying. And so essentially you've made them money. Like, you can literally help them secure their contracts. Can you save a company time? Are you efficient bound? Can you think about ways to scale processes and lean out things? Are you agile in nature? If you are working in an IT space, I can almost guarantee you they are going to be practicing agile. You are going to want to understand some components of that as well. I'm sure my husband will get into that. He's a super agile professional. So that is going to be important. Those things save time, and time saves money. How many times have you heard time is money? So that is important. Can you keep my customers happy? Even if you aren't customer facing, doing these things on the back end keeps customers happy, because no one likes to get an email saying your information has been compromised. For the customer service representatives that are on the front line, they're hearing about that. People are calling. And saying, maybe I should snatch my business if you guys can't protect my information or do any better than this. And so again, when you are thinking about what you have to offer, you want to make sure that you're answering these 5 questions in either your resume or your interview or both. Okay. So again, your resume must not only show the skills you have, it should absolutely demonstrate your success for the activities that you have described in your actual resume. Okay. Any questions here? All righty, we'll keep plugging along. All righty. So I said that we were going to talk about 2 different types of resumes, right? There are so many different types of resumes. You've got chronicle, you've got functional, you've got military base, you've got combination. But the 2 main resume types that most employers see and they want to see is either chronological or functional. Okay, so you will want to write those words down so that you can do additional research about those as you begin to sort of craft your resume. Okay. Alrighty. Chronological, sometimes referred to as a creative or a skills-based resume, is just generally, for general purposes, is the resume that's preferred by employers. The reason why is because it's easy to read and it's pretty easy to develop as well. Okay. A functional resume is easily suited to applicants that are looking for a career change. So if you're not in the cybersecurity space now and you're trying to transition into that sector, you may want to consider a functional resume. Okay. It's important because what's happening is your professional skills, your education, and that sort of thing. It's more acceptable in a functional, functional resume to be able to describe those ideals up front. Okay. So here are examples of two different ones, right? So here you have your objective. Remember, I talked about keeping in mind in the beginning 4 different components that you always want to have in every single resume. And as you can see, both of these resume types contain those. It's just the actual layout that's a little bit different. So here you've got your objective, career profile, which are interchangeable. The words are the same. Sometimes you'll see people call it a summary. Don't get too jiggy and fancy here so that applicant tracking systems can't pick up what in the world you're saying. Stick with just your standard naming conventions here. Objective, career profile, summary are the ones that you will see the most, okay? So those are essentially the same. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Here you see a professional background. Here you see professional skills. Remembering, because you have skills that you are wanting to demonstrate upfront, you want to talk about your penetration testing, cybersecurity enclaves. You want to talk about security plus and all of those things like that. All those skill sets that you learn there, and you want to demonstrate that upfront. Here on a functional resume, that's done. Okay, here in this chronological resume, you don't even really see a section for that. That's really embedded in their actual professional background, which is why, because you're making a career change, I would recommend the functional resume. So you're putting that right up front, okay? Your personal skills are your soft skills, okay? So those are your detail-oriented, your highly organized, interpersonal skills. Keeping in mind that whatever you put here, you're going to want to demonstrate that in your interview. So in the examples that you're providing from previous work experience or activities that you've done throughout the course, you're going to want to demonstrate that you're highly organized, right? An example of that would be, I can say I'm highly organized, but I can also say, if someone says, tell me about a time that you had a difficult project that you were working on. Tell me about a time that you were able to overcome that. Okay, so my answer would be, great question. Thank you for asking that. One of the ways that I did that was I took a look at the project as a whole to understand all of the different components. And then I created a skills map, or I mapped out exactly what it was going to take to get to the end result here. So I created an outline, or I created a OneNote document, or I created a Trello board to move each small task into the next phase. I provided updated reporting through each stage of the process. So every stakeholder, every project manager, program manager, they understood exactly where I was in the process. I communicated any impediments or blockers up front during the process so that there was an opportunity to resolve those. Sounds pretty organized, right? So I demonstrated organization rather than just saying I'm organized. Okay. Also in that example, I gave an employer an opportunity to see, wow, okay, she uses Trello. She's tool centric. She understands the importance of raising issues up front. And so you see how in one interview answer, you can demonstrate several different skill sets. I know I'm harping on that a lot, but it's very important. And as light as you take it, so many people aren't doing that. So you definitely want to make sure that you are doing that. And in here, you see your professional background. These are items that might not be specifically relevant to the cybersecurity job that you're applying for, but there are almost always examples of examples in your current job function, even as a customer service representative or a cashier or landscaping, where you can use those opportunities and scenarios. I bet you've had opportunities that where you perform some kind of technical function that you can leverage on your resume to demonstrate experience in the field before you've actually gotten that experience. Okay. So any questions there? All right. Again, we talked about this already. Most common type of resume, easy to prepare. And this is the exact same resume that I showed on the other page, okay? Functional, same thing. I will go over this slide a little bit more because it, like I said, it includes your certification. So including your cybersecurity certification, or if you haven't gotten that yet, don't be shy about putting it on your resume. You can just put, you've completed the necessary coursework and your estimated date of completion is December 2023 or what have you. I've done resumes for tons of different cybersecurity professionals who have not yet completed even their degree work or their actual certification. And that's the way that we sort of work around that, okay? Because sometimes employers just want to know that you have the knowledge base and they're willing to give you an opportunity or give you an internship or give you a chance before you actually, excuse me, pass the certification. So you want to include paid employment, volunteer work, any student activities, any work experience, and also volunteer work and classroom work, project work. All of those things are experience. So if Dr. McBride and Professor Mitchell broke you guys out into groups or you had classroom discussions, that's experience. Put it on there, okay? Any social organizations, clubs, or team activities as well. So with this one, I'm going to say this and you have to make your own decisions. You want to think about the organizations and the team activities that you are listing, keeping in mind that some of them can create an inherent bias, right? So if you are, you know, I mean, it's just the world that we live in, unfortunately, as African Americans, a lot of us, we have to consider those things, you know, whenever we are applying for jobs. And so just keep that in mind when you are listing your organizations and your team activities as well. All righty. So choose a job and think about the actual skills that are needed for that job. So you're thinking about a job target. You're going to decide what type of position you are applying for and make sure your resume is targeted to that role. So when I do my, anytime anyone hires me to do a resume, I always require an intake. And before the intake, every client has homework, and that homework is, I want to see 2 to 3 job descriptions for jobs that you're interested in. The reason being is because you have to be very clear and niche down into exactly what it is that you are applying for. Otherwise, your resume and your interview and your mind is all over the place. And there's so many different ways and opportunities that you can take in the cybersecurity space. You have to be clear about what portion of that you are interested in. I can't tell you that. So you know, you have to be clear about that. So I would recommend going on Indeed, scouting job descriptions and seeing which ones pique your interest, talking to your professors, talking to your peers, talking to other cybersecurity professionals, connecting with people on LinkedIn, which we'll talk about a little bit later, and figuring out exactly what it is that you might be interested in, okay? Like I said, people that have the hardest time finding a job that I've found are often the ones who create a generic resume that lists everything that they've done, every cybersecurity word they've ever heard of. And they just hope that some employer would figure out what job is going to fit them in a shot in the dark and just go for them. Again, employers aren't going to do that. They are looking for you to prescribe a solution for them. Okay. And they're looking for people that know what they want. So that's important whenever you are beginning to start your resume process, thinking about exactly what job you're targeting, and then you can start doing some research based on those. Okay. All righty. Objective. Again, like I said, you want to make an impact. This is a short statement that includes your main reason for why you should be considered for that position. Again, it should grab the reader's attention. You can look for examples of that online as well. A career profile is essentially the same thing. You can do one or the other. You don't need both. A short paragraph, 3 to 5 sentences that highlights your experience and qualifications that match the job that you are actually applying for. Okay. Alrighty, same thing. Making an impact. So here's an example of a resume that I did with a career impact statement. Okay, that's the one that I chose for this person. They were applying for a business and data analyst position, and I just changed the name here to protect the innocent. So this isn't real data. Okay. So as you can see here, highlighting is acceptable. If there's certain keywords that were in the job description or that are on the prospective employer's website, you may want to change, you may want to bold those words. And it's okay to change a couple words here and there based on the job that you are applying for or the job description, okay? So here's an example of, like I said, a career profile, and then you know, just additional career profile information where we are providing additional information about the engagements that they had, the business challenges, and then an actual image. This was a mid to a senior level professional, so we needed to demonstrate a little more, and so keep the resume at 1 to 2 pages. Okay. Questions? All righty.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you have any examples of how they could put this class on their resume? I was thinking more of a, you know, how you name your degree and then you name the college and then you name like the study, your major. Is there any kind of example that we could actually see of this? Kind of like taken a class, we got some skills from it, but we didn't get we got a certificate instead of a certification. I just wanted to know, how would you actually put that on a format on a resume?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I don't have any in this presentation, but what I'll do is I will parking lot that. That's a great idea, Professor Mitchell. And while Alvin is going over his presentation, I will pull an example of that, and then I'll come back just at the very end and provide an example of that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just write that down so I don't forget. Alrighty. Again, skills. So you want to find out what skills, knowledge, and experience are required or that the prospective employer is looking for the target job for which you're applying for. Okay. So one of the things that I would recommend is that you make a list of 3 or 4 of your strongest skills, your abilities, and the knowledge that you have that make you a good candidate for a particular job, and you build upon that. Okay. And for each of those skills, you want to think about several accomplishments from your past work history, your past class history that really illustrate competency in that skill set. Okay. So here's some examples of a target job, cybersecurity analyst, and both of these jobs fall within the cybersecurity space, right? So you've got problem solving, risk analysis, intrusion detection. Here's another, software security engineers. You've got ticket development, troubleshooting, testing, business analysis. Those are common things that employers are looking for those particular jobs. Okay. Any questions there? All right, very cool. All righty. We already kind of went over this. We talked about areas of emphasis, data strategy, planning and execution. These are, again, different areas of emphasis that are cybersecurity centric. Well, really, technically, this is business and data analysis centric, but some of these are tightly coupled with cybersecurity as well. So this is just an example of another way to sort of demonstrate and list your skill sets, okay? All righty, so we're gonna move on to work experience. In the experience section, you want to highlight your achievements and accomplishments instead of listing out a laundry list of duties and responsibilities, okay? So remember, if we go back to a couple of slides ago, we talked about how can you save a company money? How can you save a company time? They want to know how you've done that in the past, right? So think about what problems you've seen in the workplace or what problems you've been involved in a workplace. What actions did you take to resolve those problems? What were the benefits as a result of your participation in resolving that issue, okay? So what were the results of that, right? You want to write action statements that present your work experience, okay? And again, you want to use numbers to quantify that. Okay, so an example of that would be, I don't know, you developed a greatly improved filing system which saved time, or you transformed a disorganized warehouse into a smooth running organization which saved $250,000 in recovered stock. Okay, or you designed and presented an hour-long weekly orientation program that doubled membership. Those are examples of quantifying it, and in those examples, you are providing the action that you took and what the actual problem was as well. Okay. So you want to make sure that inside of your work experience, you are demonstrating your work, your accomplishments. Okay. Any questions there? Okay. When you are listing your work experience, right before any job that you've had, you always want to list the company's name, the title of the company, the year and the month you began working there, and when you stopped working there. Okay. If you're still working there, then you would just do a hyphen and you would say present. Okay. You present your work experience as challenges or problem solved. We talked about that already. Quantify your achievements. But this is just a structural way to make sure that you're always listing your work experience. Okay, just an actual tangible visual example of what I just talked about. Okay, I'll give you guys a couple seconds to look at that. Okay. Same here, work experience. Here on this particular person's resume, they were in the military as well, but they didn't necessarily want to list that. So where appropriate, if you were in the military, first of all, thank you for your service, but you want to list the branch of service and the last rank under a separate heading. Okay, so you want to do that separate from your actual work experience. You want that to be highlighted. One, because a lot of times, military personnel, you will get preferential treatment because, again, companies have numbers and criteria types that they were required to meet, and that is oftentimes one of them. Okay. Sometimes you can also, where appropriate, pull out direct quotes from former managers, colleagues, professors. I would say don't be afraid to ask Dr. McBride, Professor Mitchell for a quote. You know, sorry to put you guys out there, but be bold and ask them. I don't leave a job without asking for feedback or a quote, because I need to be able to extract that and pull from that and pull exact information that someone said about me. So that's a part of networking. Okay. All righty, education. So this kind of falls into the same vein, Professor Mitchell, that you were asking for. But I'm gonna provide, like I said, a visual example at the end of this presentation after Alvin goes, okay? So list your diploma, your degrees, or your certificates, and the school, the state, the city, and the state, okay? If you haven't graduated yet, or you haven't completed the certification, that's okay. Just list the total of semesters that you've completed, or you can list your estimated completion date or estimated graduation date, okay? That's okay as well, okay? If you, once you completed, or for Donna, now that you've completed your cybersecurity certification, if you were provided any sort of certification ID or certification number, you want to make sure that you're listing that on your resume, okay? Along with the expiration date for that certification. I don't know if there are additional continuing education classes that are required, but you want to list the expiration date as well. For the rest of you, you would just list your estimated completion date. So here's an example. I actually never read an example of how you would actually list that. Again, I'll provide some, I have some examples of actual cybersecurity professionals that have not yet passed the exam. Of course, I won't include names or anything like that, but I'll go back and I'll extract some of that information so that you can see, okay? Yes, so educational background, certifications and trainings, you can list all of that here as well. Military experience, we talked about listing that under a separate cover. Formatting your resume. Alrighty, so the very top of your resume, this is the most important part of your resume, essentially, because if no one can contact you, then you've done this for no reason, right? So the key elements that you want to make sure that you include are name, city, state, zip code, your telephone number, your email address, and your professional affiliation like LinkedIn, which is something that we'll talk about a little bit later. Addresses are optional. I don't personally list my address anymore because no one's mailing you anything until you're hired, and at that point they're putting it into their HR database. So I don't put my personal address on the resume. And for clients, I don't put that. They have to specifically ask me to include their physical address. Okay. Most important part. You also want to make sure that all of this is easy to read. It's clear, it's up front, the font is large enough. You don't want to compromise on this at all. All right, formatting your resume, content and structure. You want to make sure that your resume is easy, it's clear enough for readers to be able to skim through it without any confusion, okay? So be consistent with the fonts. It's okay to maybe include 1 or 2 different font types, but that should be the max. Stick with 10 to 12 point fonts. You can bold name and position dates or certifications. You can bold certain words, keywords that you want to stick out. That's all fine. Paper color, you want it to be white. I don't know that you'll be printing out and giving your resume to someone, but in that case, you can do that, or you can do resume grade paper if you'd like. Most people don't care about that anymore, actually. That's sort of an old adage in terms of the resume paper grade or whatever, but you can do that. You can show, this is another opportunity to show your technical skills. You can provide a QR code on your phone so that if you are meeting with someone or you have a networking opportunity, you can hold your phone up and say, hey, you scan this QR code, you can download a copy of my resume right to your phone. That's another way of demonstrating technical acumen, right? You're going to use short bulleted statements or just short paragraphs to demonstrate experience. But if you're listing skills, you want to do bullets. No more than 7 at a time is the industry standard. Again, you're going to use numbers or percentages to quantify. You're going to avoid personal pronouns. Sorry for the grammatical error there, like I or me. You're going to start your statements with action verbs. And again, your resume should be no longer than 2 pages. And then you're going to make sure you spell check. Make sure you don't want to have something like this in there, okay? All righty. emailing and uploading. Again, you want to choose conventional fonts like Arial, Times New Roman, Calibri. Cambria is another good clean sans serif font as well. And I like Cambria a lot. So that's in addition to these. So that's another one to write down if you like 10 to 12 point fonts. Don't overuse the bold and italics. Everything shouldn't be bold and italics. Same thing for tables and underlining. You want to extract keywords from that job description and put those into your resume. There's no shame in taking, I'll take the exact words that they use repeatedly and I'll embed those into the resume, because that's what's going to pick up the applicant tracking system. And that is what a recruiter is looking for as well. If they're just looking at your resume on LinkedIn or on Career Builder or somewhere like that, okay? If you're asked to send your resume, you always ideally want to send it in PDF format so that your resume, the style, the aesthetic isn't compromised. If you can't do that, then of course you want to use Doc or DocX, which are Word file types. There are PDF types that you can download, like Cute PDF, I think is one. But you can do Google search for free PDF applications if you'd like to PDF your resume before sending it, which is the preferred method, unless you're specifically asked to do something else. If you're uploading it into an applicant tracking system, you're asked to copy and paste it, then you want to remove all resume formatting. And you can do that in Microsoft Word. You just go in, remove all formatting, and then you're going to upload your resume. Whenever you are sending your resume or you are entering it into a database, you want to make sure that your email address is spelled correctly, because that is the way that they're most likely going to contact you to let you know that they're interested or that they're disinterested. And you want to just know either way, okay? But we're going to speak like and say they're interested, okay? All right, so when in resume, just to remind you, you want it to stand out, not stick out like a sore thumb, right? You don't want to be an anomaly with crazy fonts and colors and that sort of thing, okay? You want to focus on your accomplishments and skills, pay close attention to spacing. If you're staying with 1.5 spacing in a particular section, stay consistent with that throughout that section. And then if you need to do something different in another section, then that's okay. Spelling alignment. If you're doing center alignment in a section, make sure you're maintaining that, or left alignment or right alignment. Just making sure that you're maintaining consistency. And you're, again, remember, a resume is a lot of times your first interview. So you're entering into your interview cycle. And so making sure that you're paying close attention to that says that you're detail oriented, okay? A good resume does take considerable time and effort. As an average resume, and I'm a certified resume writer, from inception to doing the research, designing the resume format, going back, checking it for applicant tracking, doing job scans to make sure that it's going to meet all the criteria. It can take me 6 to 8 hours to do one resume. So it does take quite a bit of time. So it's not something that you want to do last minute. You want to make sure that you are working on it little by little, okay? And numerous revisions need to be done, or you may need several resume versions, okay? I'm going to pause here. Any questions? All righty. So we are getting into the resume portion of the cover letter portion of this. Why a cover letter? It accompanies a resume and it tells an employer why he or she is receiving a resume from you. It's used to convince the employer that you are the best candidate, that you understand the position that you're applying for, and it's just another opportunity to explain to them why you should be considered for an interview, okay? There are 3 different paragraphs typically that a cover letter would include. It's the position you're applying for, where you found the job posting. You don't necessarily have to always include that, but you definitely want to include the position that you're applying for, what you have to offer, what are your capability offerings, what kind of intellectual capital you're looking to bring to that company, how you want to be contacted at the employer's time and availability. Do you want to be contacted via email or phone number. I would include all mediums, but you definitely want to include that. And then of course, last but not least, don't forget, the closing and the actual name, your name as well. Okay. So yeah. Here's an example of a cover letter that I completed for a client. So as you can see here, they're going to list the company name, the position. They're going to include 3 to 4 terms based on the position. I took out the information here so that I could show you exactly what you would embed in these places. In some cases, I will deliver a cover letter in this way as well. And then during my debrief with the client, I will give them examples of things that they can put here. But a cover letter, if nothing more, it has to be tailored to that particular job posting. And so sorry guys. You want to make sure that you're including these brackets so that you are prompted to make sure that you are removing and updating that information every single time. Okay. All righty. No questions there. We're going to move on to LinkedIn. And then this is the last slide for me. Any questions about anything that I've said so far? Okay. All righty. LinkedIn. LinkedIn really could be a separate presentation, right? So because I've been specifically asked to speak on resumes, I didn't include much about LinkedIn, but I felt that I would be remiss to leave out LinkedIn. So I did just want to embed one slide in here that talks about it. There are tons of trainings out there on LinkedIn. You can literally go on YouTube and type in LinkedIn trainings, or how do I start LinkedIn, or what should I include in my LinkedIn? And there is a mirage of trainings and information that you can find out there. But for those of you who are unfamiliar with LinkedIn, here's an introduction. LinkedIn is a social network for professionals to connect, share, and learn. It's like Facebook, but it's for your career. So engagement is really, really important there. LinkedIn users create professional resume-like profiles that allow other site members to learn more about their business background, areas of expertise, and professional development in organizations. LinkedIn profiles are for organizations. Business profiles are for organizations seeking to hire, generate leads, grow, and market their business. You are not going to find a company that is not on LinkedIn, that doesn't have a presence on LinkedIn, that their recruiters aren't on LinkedIn. The job that I have now that I just started on June 26th, they found me on LinkedIn. So it is absolutely paramount that you have a LinkedIn profile. I can't say that enough. You have to have a LinkedIn profile. It almost establishes credibility for you. Like an employer can almost look at it as in terms of like, are you even real? Do you even have the experience that you say you have if you aren't on LinkedIn? That is how crucial and critical LinkedIn is. Okay, it's free. You can search for jobs on there. So many recruiters put jobs on there, and they have easy apply buttons where you literally can apply, and all the information that you baked into your LinkedIn profile will automatically go to the recruiter. And if they have any questions, they will contact you. Okay. You can get professional assistance for setting up your LinkedIn to make sure that it's optimized. And you want to make sure that you're joining LinkedIn groups as well. Okay. So thank you so much for listening. Like I said, I'm a certified resume writer, certified LinkedIn profile developer. If you are interested in my services, my menu of services, you can find it here. You would just scan the QR code and a document will pull up, a PDF document, and you can save that to your phone. If you're interested, you can email me. All of that information is included in the menu of services. And you can contact me at consult@edification.com, and I'll set up a consult and we'll start the life cycle. Okay. Any questions? Okay, so I know my presentation was a little long. I Dr. McBride, if it's okay, I'd like to encourage everyone to take a quick bio break, a 5-minute break before Alvin comes on and we can and get started with his, if that's okay.
Okay, that's fine. Great. Awesome presentation. Brittany, you did an awesome job. Beautiful. And I'm sure our students enjoyed the presentation and will take advantage of your career services. And so did you guys get a copy of did you do the QR code yet? You may want to do that. And so you can connect with Brittany's services. All right, sounds awesome.
While we're on our 5-minute break, so let's 10:45. But there's also they'll see the link again or the QR code at the end of the presentation. And I'm also offering 15% off of all of my services through September 1st. So, but you'll see that at the end as well. So.
Awesome. Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break and we will return with some more awesome information. Okay, thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I see people starting to return.
Oh,
Hello.
how are you?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Great, doing great, thank you. It's good to
Great.
have you on board again.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me back. I'm so glad to be. I'm sure my wife will tell you if you ask her, I can do this with or without a presentation. I love talking about job interview skills, and I've spent a lot of time over the years helping people take the next step with their careers. So.
Awesome.
Typically, I would spend a lot of time preparing for something like this, but these conversations just kind of roll off the tongue. Things that you're passionate about, it's a lot easier to speak on them. But
Absolutely, yes.
I'm going to use my slides. I promise you. But I can talk about this type of stuff.
Okay, great.
We're at 10:46. Started. Thanks for the introduction earlier this morning, Dr. McBride. But again, everyone, hello. My name's Alvin Huey. The portion of the presentation that I'll be covering is going to be on interview skills and preparing for that interview to land you the job that you want. So let's go ahead and get started. All right. So the thing I want to start with here is asking everyone what they think the suggested amount of time is that you should spend on interview prep. This is something I typically ask in in-person presentations. So I'll go ahead and kind of answer this one. Typically, the answer on a normal basis would be 5 to 10 hours as far as getting ready for a job interview. But what I will say as an amendment to that actual answer is, to me, the answer is actually D, right? You know yourself better than anybody else. And if you're the type of person that gets very nervous when it comes to interviewing for a position, then if you spent that 10 hours and you're still not comfortable, then I would take more time. Job interview prep is something where you really, really have to be honest with yourself. If you know that you need more time, then take that time so that you're comfortable. I don't know how many sports fans we have, but I'm a huge Michael Jordan fan. I watched the Last Dance documentary, and one of the things that kind of stuck out with that documentary to me was one of the players was like, we had to practice so hard just to keep up with Jordan that when we got to the actual games and we were playing against other teams, the games were easy. That's just something that I'll never forget. And relating that to this, like your time that you spend as far as preparing for interviews, doing mock interviews, doing your research on the company, getting ready, being able to speak to the experience that you have on your resume, which my lovely wife spoke so eloquently about, that preparation needs to be tougher than the actual interview that you go through. So we all have our stages in life as we continue to grow in our career, but you definitely want to reach a level of mastery with interview prep to where any interview that you go into, because of all the preparation and work you put in, the actual interview is much easier. So just keep that in mind as you get prepared. And it may take some time to get to that level, so don't beat yourself up, but that is something that you want to keep in mind. For me, as far as my goals and things of that nature, I like to start with the end result in mind. So kind of think about that as an end result. You want to grow and get to a point to where you get so prepared for interviews to when you get to the actual interview, the interview itself is a breeze. You've anticipated all the types of questions they're going to ask you, and you're ready for them all. And you have enough knowledge of your experience. If they throw something at you that you didn't prepare for, you're able to maneuver and answer that question as well, and have the ability to think on your feet. So as I go through the presentation, just as my wife did, I invite you to do the same thing. If there's anything that I'm presenting that you have a question about, or you'd like for me to elaborate on, please just raise your hand. We'll take the time and we'll answer those questions as we go along. So let's move to the next slide. What are the key things to do to prepare for an interview? All right. So these are some things that you want to do each and every time you're getting ready for a job interview. First bullet point, research the company, industry, and who you'll be interviewing with. This is super, super important. You're getting a chance through your interview to connect with the interviewers. And I said interviewers because sometimes you may be interviewing with more than one person, or depending on the position and how high the level is, you might have several rounds of interviews. So one of the ways that you can stick out is by knowing some things about the people that are going to be interviewing you. You never know. I interviewed with someone who graduated from the same college as me, as far as USC. So it had a little bit, of a personal conversation with them, doing an interview about that, just to try and connect with them, or what have you. Plus, it shows that you're prepared and you actually took the time to research and find out some things about the people who are actually going to be interviewing you. And also remember, when you're doing an actual interview, you're answering questions about your experience, but you're choosing that company as well. Always remember that. So they want to know what you know about the company and why you would want to work there. Is there a culture a good fit for you? Things like that. They want you to be able to explain that as well. So they're interviewing you and seeing if you're a good fit for them. But remember, you're doing the same with them. You're making sure that that company is a match and a good fit for you. And you want to be able to explain why that is in an interview. And then in order to be able to do that, you're going to need to research that company. All right. Next, review the job description and understand and be able to speak to how your work experience and skills relate. My wife covered this when she was talking about the resume, but just remember, your resume is going to have some action words in there and talk about things that you did to make an impact on previous positions and jobs that you had, but you can't go into, you can't really deep dive an example of everything you did with every job. Your resume will be too long. So the actual interview is the point where you'll be able to expand or give more details about the things that were captured on your resume. So one of the first things you want to remember is you need to be able to speak to everything that you say you've done on your resume in detail and talk about how you actually achieve those goals and those solutions and things of that nature. So the interview, of course, is the opportunity for you to brag on yourself and explain how you accomplish those things. All right, number 3, anticipate the questions you'll be asked during the interview and make sure you have strong answers prepared. So this is huge. Obviously, interviews can make a lot of people nervous, but a way to kind of counteract that is just think about it this way. If I were to come to you and say, the person that you're going to be interviewing with, his name is George. George's personality is X. George is going to ask you these 5 questions. You need to be prepared to answer these 5 questions. So if you go to the interview knowing all of those things, it's kind of hard to be as nervous as you would have been prior. So that's why it's so important to anticipate the types of questions you'll be asked. A good interviewer is going to do a few things. Number 1, typically they're going to ask you the tell me about yourself question, which is a little bit later in my presentation, but I'll take some time to mention it now because that makes a lot of people nervous. The tell me about yourself question is kind of an elevator pitch where you have to take, I would say, probably around 60 to 90 seconds to talk about your experience, what has brought you to that interview, to be interviewing for that job, a little bit about yourself, and why you're a good fit for the role. And all of that can be done in 90 seconds or more. You just have to practice and get skillful with doing that. Another thing that they're going to do at some point in the interview is ask you why you feel you're a good fit for that company. So right off the bat, those are two questions that you want to be able to answer and really, really nail those answers. At another portion of the interview, they're going to ask you what questions you have for them. that's an opportunity to show that you researched the company, you're knowledgeable about the things that they do, and just kind of set yourself apart with doing that as well. So about any interview you go into, is going to be those 3 elements there. So those are things right there you want to be prepared for right off the bat. Mock interviews. All right, so do mock interviews for feedback to get comfortable with your answers and understand if they're strong enough. Mock interviews are super important because they get you comfortable with answering interview questions. There's an opportunity with mock interviews to get feedback about your strengths and weaknesses and work on those weaknesses before you actually have the real interview, which determines whether or not you're going to get a second interview or you get that position. You know, being in the tech field for almost 10 years with a lot of positions that I do now, a lot of my interviews are one and done. A lot of that really has to do with experience and everything that I have. But what I've noticed about being in the tech field is that sometimes they will not take you through a very long interview process. You know, they're looking for a strong interview, and if your experience lines up, you may have 1 or 2 interviews, and that's it. All right. Last but not least, on the day of, ensure your system is working properly ahead of time. If it's a Zoom call, if in person, know the address ahead of time, have the name and number of a point of contact, and get there early, professionally dressed, and with extra copies of your resume. Now, something I'll say about this, and I'm gonna be very honest with you, being in the tech field for almost 10 years, I honestly can't remember the last time I've had an in-person interview. Everything is being virtual. You know, Zoom calls, I mean, it's just the way a lot of things are done now. Like I said, I can't remember the last time I was in person doing an interview in someone's conference room or in their office. Whether it's a panel interview or whether it's one-on-one, pretty much everything is done virtually now. You know, with COVID and everything that's happened, more times than not, you're just not going to be in an interview room or a conference room talking with someone one-on-one. So that's just the way the world has changed. Any questions before I go to the next slide? All right. Very, very important piece here, conducting your research. Use the company website to understand their products, services, and any major projects or initiatives they have going on. You may be able to get some great questions for the interviewer from this information. All right. Look online to see if the company is an industry leader that has been around for a while, or if they are in the news for having financial struggles or a bad reputation. This is something I want to take a moment to talk about here. Remember that what I said from the last slide, the company is interviewing you, but you're interviewing them as well. Sometimes, you know, in this space we're in now, people may leave jobs, but you don't want to go into a job with that mindset. You want to go into a job thinking, hey, this company is strong. I like what they stand for. I feel like this is a place I want to be for a while. So, you know, just look up information about the company online. Are they in the news? Is their reputation a great one, or is their reputation taking a hit for some scandals or things that they've been involved in over the last few years? Because that affects your standing with the company and whether or not you'll be there long term. Is this company known for layoffs? You know, that type of information you want to know before you go into the interview. So that is very, very important. Because remember, this is two-way. They're asking you questions to see if you're the right candidate for the job. You should be asking them questions when it's your turn to elaborate on anything you might have a concern about when you've done your research for the company. All right. Number 3, use the muse.com/companies to search the company and find interviews from employees that discuss company culture and what it's like to work there. If your company is not listed there, try glassdoor.com to see if you can find reviews as well as projected salary info. I feel like each one of these points is very important, but this right here is huge. How many of you, if you have the opportunity to, would love to speak with a person that works with the company you're looking to work for, in the department that you'd be working in, for the team lead or supervisor or manager that you be working for, things of that nature, to kind of give you the inside track. Because let's be honest, sometimes there may be a situation where the person that's interviewing you does not speak to everything that you like to know about what it's like to work at that actual company. So using the muse.com/companies as an opportunity for you, if you don't know anybody personally that works at that company, to kind of get some feedback about what it's like to work there, what the company culture is like, and things of that nature, to kind of give you the inside track, if you will. Things like that are very, very important. And, there's resources and things out there. A lot of times we just are not aware of them. And last but not least, professional people typically have a LinkedIn profile. Kind of backing up my wife again, LinkedIn is super important. With my LinkedIn profile and experience I have now, I get anywhere from 5 to 10 calls daily, plus emails about job opportunities and IT contracts to work and things of that nature, because of my profile, the keywords that it has in it, and things of that nature. Looking for a job on your own can be difficult. So what you want to do is have a strong enough online presence and profile where employers are coming to you, whether it's internal recruiters or IT recruiters. They're looking for you and they're bringing job opportunities to you. That's the level that you want to elevate to as you continue to get experience in the field, continue to grow in your certifications and things of that nature. So if you don't have a LinkedIn profile, strongly encourage you to get one. If you feel like your LinkedIn profile does not have the keyword elements in there to pick up the ATS properly, you want to revamp or edit or get help from my wife with your LinkedIn profile so that you can start to get more hits and people reaching out to you about great job opportunities. All right. So again, I'll pause for questions. Any questions about any of the things here as far as conducting your research? All right, if not, we'll keep going. Connecting the dots, resume and skill set. All right, so some things to remember here. All right, the better you are at showing the employer your skills are a match for the position, the higher your chance of landing the position. All right. Go through the job description in detail and review the skill sets that it requires. Highlight the skills that you are a match for. What work projects have you done that align where you had to use those skills? So one of the things that I like to do if I'm applying for a position is take the job description and print it out. This is something I still do to this day. Once I printed out the job description and everything that they're asking for, there are certain things that I will highlight. And what I'll do is I'll look at projects that I've had to work on, think about experiences I've had in the past, where I've been able to demonstrate those skill sets that they're asking for in the job description. And no matter what they ask me, I'll come up with a way to kind of match that experience that I've had in the past with the question they're asking. Because you want the answers that you give to their questions to demonstrate that you're the right person for the job and you have the skill sets and you've demonstrated them in your prior work experience. Because what you have to remember about the interview is they're trying to get as much information about you as they can. And sometimes that one interview that they're doing with you. So you want to be able to give the examples to back up the things that you're showing on your resume that align with what they're asking for in the job description to show you the right fit and that you separate yourself from the other people that are applied or that they may be considered. All right. And third, be ready to speak to specific examples as well as any special recognition, achievements that show off your ability to go above and beyond. You should be keeping a log of your achievements and details surrounding them. It's very hard to remember everything that you've ever done. So one of the things that I coach people on that I'm helping with career opportunities and things of that nature, when you get special awards, special recognition, whether it's on a job or in school or a special project that you've done, you want to capture those things and talk about those things in an interview, because those accomplishments are unique to you. And the great thing about LinkedIn, outside of putting your previous jobs that you've held and things of that nature, you get to talk about your experience, awards, recognition. LinkedIn has a special part on there where you can get testimonies. My wife talked about that earlier, from people that you work with currently or people that you've worked with in the past, where they can speak on your behalf about impacts that you've had at the job or projects that you've worked on and things of that nature. So, you know, your profile and your resume, it goes before you. And if you're able to highlight things like that you've done, that is, you know, building up your reputation with that employer before they ever get a chance to even speak with you. So as you go through your career and you achieve big things, if you're not able to speak to that, or if you don't list that on your resume and on your online profile, or you don't mention it in an interview, it's almost like it never happened. So you definitely want to speak to those things and how you were able to do those things whenever you're sitting across from someone and talking to them in a job interview. Very, very important. Because I've coached and worked with people in the past, and they're kind of down in themselves in the interview, because after the interview was over, they're like, man, I should have mentioned this, I should have mentioned that. I've done and accomplished these things, and I didn't even mention those things in the interview. So you definitely want to talk about your career accomplishments and goals when you are in that interview space. Any questions? All right. This is something I kind of mentioned earlier. These are obviously not the only questions that you could be asked in an interview, but they are some questions that you definitely want to be ready for. And you know, I've been into these questions many times over the years with different interviews I've had. And one of the things about me, I work in a full-time position now with TD Bank. But before that, I was an IT contractor. So I've worked a lot of different places, which has been an advantage for me because it's made my experience more well-rounded. But it also means that I've had to interview a lot. I've had to speak with IT recruiters a lot. I've had to do a lot of interviews for different positions. And I can tell you right now, I've had to answer these questions many times over. So I will not put these questions on this slide if they were not important for you to know the answer to and be ready to speak to. And it's not just interviews. You never know who you might be coming across professionally. If you are a part of any clubs or groups, or you never know a person's background. You could be in a restaurant or something like that, and you really need to be comfortable speaking to your experience, because the person you're speaking to could work in HR. They could be a high-level executive and things of that nature, and you don't even know. You just never know what type of opportunity God is going to put before you. So you have to always be prepared, always be ready, always be on, if you will, when it comes to things like that. So let's just go through these questions really quick. Tell me about yourself. I already spoke to that. Why are you leaving your current position? That's another common question that's asked. What are your strengths and weaknesses? Tell me about a tough problem you've had to solve recently. Tell me about a time that you failed. Tell me about a time where you had a conflict at work you had to address. Why do you want to work here? And why should we hire you? All right, so very, very common questions, and I've been asked all of these questions, guys, like I said, many times over. So as my wife mentioned before with one of her slides, something you would definitely want to take a picture of and kind of have this in your toolkit as far as preparing for interviews, have some go-to answers for these questions that you're comfortable with and have committed to memory. Any questions before we move to the next slide? All right. Okay, something I'm sure you guys may have heard of before, but if not, I'll definitely take the time to break it down and go through it now. using the STAR method to answer behavioral questions in detail. So with STAR method questions, you can tell when it's a behavioral based question. It won't always start the question off with tell me about a time when, but the question will be scenario based. They'll be asking you about a time when something happened or a situation that you were in, and it should trigger you to understand that that's a situation where you want to use this method of answering the question, and that you're in a behavior-based question scenario where you want to use situation, task, action, result to answer it. Now, obviously, tell me about yourself. That's an example of a question that is not a behavior-based question. That's one where you want to, as I said before, go through your experience, speak to a few of the things highlighted on your resume, and kind of talk about yourself and things of that nature. And that's how you would answer that. So that's not a behavior-based question. But as you get comfortable and as you prepare, you know the difference between the type of questions that you'll be asked. But what does STAR stand for? The S in STARS stands for situation. So with that, you have to ask yourself, what was the problem or issue? All right, T is for task. What were the tasks you had to complete? A is for action. What were the actions and steps that you took to address the problem? And R, one of the most important parts that you definitely want to have as part of your answer is what was the result? My wife spoke earlier to doubling sign up, or increasing something by 20, 30, 40% or what have you, having those quantitative impacts in your resume. What did you do from a numerical standpoint? Because numbers indicate the value. Everyone is looking for people that can add value to their organization. When I was in school the last time, one of my professors told me that typically with a job, for them to pay you a certain amount, you need to be producing 2 to 2.5 times that value for that company. So in your resume, you always want to talk about how you provided value at previous companies that you work for, and how you're someone that is going to be able to have an impact once you come into a position. So you definitely want to speak to that. That's why the results and having numbers in your results is something that's so important. And it's something that you want to highlight in your resume, as well as have on your online profile on LinkedIn as well. All right. So this is an example I'm going to take you through now of how to answer a question using the STAR method. All right. So tell me about a time that you failed. What happened and what did you learn? And before I go into the actual answer, even if they said, just tell me about a time where you failed in a job position, this second part, you want to answer anyway. Even if they didn't ask that, you want to speak in detail about what actually happened, and you want to talk about what you learned. And the reason that's important, whether they have that listed as part of the question or not, because what you're trying to do with answering this question is taking something that's perceived as being negative and turn it into a positive. Like, hey, this was negative as far as me not achieving my goal, but here's what I learned from it to be better the next time. So same thing with answering a question about a weakness that you had. How did you work on that weakness? How did you turn it into a strength? Or if it's still something that you're working on now, how have you shown some progression in that area? So always be thinking about that. If it's something that has a negative connotation, whether it's conflict with another employee or whatever the case may be, you want to talk about how you were able to turn that situation around and what you learned from it, because that speaks to your character and that speaks to your mindset. All right, so let's go through the example. All right, the S, remember we said the S was for situation. So in this part here, I'm describing the situation with the S portion. All right. During my last job, I was managing the web dev team in charge of setting up an online e-commerce store for one of our clients. In hindsight, I was too ambitious with the project and overpromised the turnaround rate for the website. I told them we'd be done within 2 months, as it seemed like a very cookie cutter project at the time. However, around 2 weeks into the project, we realized we were off by at least a month, as we would have to hand code a bunch of stuff that we thought was open source or sold as packaged plugins. So this right here kind of sets up the situation that actually happened. You know, promised a 2-month delivery time. A few weeks into the project, we realized that 2 months was not going to be enough time. So that's a failure right off of the bat. So that initially answers the first part of the question. We didn't meet the deadline and we knew we're not going to meet it. All right. T is for task. So I had to inform them about the issue, give an updated timeline for our team, and fix my mistake. All right. So that's the first thing that had to be done. A is for some of the actions that happened after that. After the meeting, they were understanding, but not very happy. I then assembled our web developers and started working hard on the project the very next day. We focused 100% of our time on fixing the issue, outsourced some of the small tasks to save time, and ended up fixing everything before the new deadline. So this was actions that were took. You know, obviously with this situation here, outsourcing some of the small tasks to save time was not something they probably initially intended to do, because they didn't think it would take as long. But to kind of make up for some of the mistakes they did that they had made with the timeline being off, they outsourced to save some time, to show the vendor that they were working on their behalf to kind of make things right. All right. So R, the last part of the answer, is the result. In the end, their site was a success, and I learned a valuable lesson on managing expectations. I realized that sometimes it's better to underpromise and overdeliver, and learn how to better set and manage deadlines for my team. So negative experience to initially begin with. It just shows the answer. It just shows how you're able to adjust and pivot and turn something that's negative into a positive situation. Created a learning experience, and the client was still happy at the end of it because they were able to get to the desired result. One thing about these answers with the STAR method as well, please be mindful of attention spans. You know, when you're in these interviews, a lot of times the interviewer is going to be making notes and things about the answer that you give, and probably doing this so they can rate your answers. Because I've had to do this in interviews before too. When people give answers to the questions, you go back and kind of rate them on the level of their answer and whether or not it was enough detail. Typically on a scale of 1 to 5, you'll be rating, they'll be rating the answers that you give. So you want to make sure your answer has the detail, it has the numbers in it to kind of quantify what you did, and you talk about the result and what actually happened, so they don't have to ask you a follow-up question. Sometimes follow-up questions will happen, but when you're answering questions and you're anticipating questions that you'll be asked, try to give such a detailed answer in a short amount of time that follow-up questions are not needed. So just another tip there. If they're having to ask you a bunch of follow-up questions, then maybe the answer that you gave didn't have enough detail in it. So you want to always be learning from interviews that you're in so you can be better for the next time around. Any questions about the STAR method? All right. Mock interviews, the ultimate stress reliever. If you do not have someone professional in mind to conduct your mock interviews with and give you honest feedback, try these recommended interview sites. All right, I listed 6 different options here. The first is Interview Buddy. Another site is just simply named Interviewing. Another is Cramp. Another is Interview Bit. There's also My Interview Practice. And last but not least, blackonthejobs.co/services. I can't stress the importance of mock interviews. Mock interviews give you an opportunity to get comfortable with the interviewing process, what it's going to be like, and just get the practice you need without the penalty of losing your opportunity to land that dream job. So If the interview feedback that you're getting after doing a mock interview 2 is very strong and you feel very comfortable, then maybe you only need to do that 1 or 2 times. But if you feel like after your first mock interview, there was a lot that you need to clean up and a lot that you need to work on, continue to do mock interviews until you get comfortable with your responses and how you're answering the questions. The whole thing is, you may not 100% alleviate nerves or being nervous during an interview or leading up to the interview, but you want to be as calm as you can in an interview scenario. So mock interviews and your preparation are things that will help you get there. All right. All right. Tips for success on the day of your interview. Number 1, this is something we can't take for granted. Make sure you've gotten a good night's sleep. You have to trust your preparation. Make sure that you're not up all night cramming or anything like that the night before your interview. It would definitely behoove you to make sure that once you've been notified that you've been selected for an interview, that you spent the adequate amount of time preparing for an interview. For me, myself, a lot of times jobs are kind of behind the 8 ball of getting somebody in. They're past their deadline of having somebody in seat for a position. But if I'm not prepared, or if I want some more time to prepare, I will not let somebody rush me to take an actual interview. Because in tech, it's a little bit different. Sometimes I've had recruiters reach out to me and say they want me to talk to the hiring manager on tomorrow. If I'm not comfortable, I'll say, the earliest if it's a Monday, I'll say the earliest I'm available for an interview is on Wednesday or Thursday if I feel like I need that time. If I feel like I don't, then I'll say, okay, tomorrow is fine, but I will not let somebody rush me if I know there are some things I want to prepare for or do to get ready for an interview. Because sometimes, or a lot of times, it's going to be one and done. So you want to make sure you put your best foot forward. So don't rush or skip steps in your preparation when it comes to getting ready for an interview. Don't overdo it, but just use some discernment and make sure you have the adequate amount of time to prepare. So you put your best foot forward and you make that great impression and get that job that you're looking to get. All right. Next, if you have some extra time, practice your answers out loud to hear how you sound and watch your pacing. Don't rush through your answers. Ensure answers are 90 seconds or less. You don't want to ramble or lose anyone. That's very, very important. Think about your attention span. You want to think about things from the interviewing side. If you were listening to the answer you gave, would you think it's too long? Just think of it that way. So a nice rule of thumb is 90 seconds or less. When we were going through the example, I took my time when I gave the example, if you remember a couple of slides ago, about the answer to the tell me about a time you failed question. I kind of slowed that down to go through each bullet point, but that's definitely an answer that's going to take less than 90 seconds to give. It still had that adequate amount of detail in it, but it's not so long to be where you kind of lose the interviewer because you took so long to answer the question. Just remember the pacing. Don't rush through your answers. You want to have a conversational tone when you're answering the question. That's why you want to speak your answers out loud, not just have them in your head. So that's why a mock interview is so important. You're answering those questions out loud. And the person not answering you, asking you the question, and you're writing down the answer on a piece of paper. You get a chance to hear your pacing, how you sound when you're answering that question, and get feedback on your pacing. So that person that is interviewing you in the mock interview, they should be giving you that feedback. Hey, you took too long with this answer, or hey, it feels like you rushed through the answer that you gave. Kind of watch your pacing, slow down when you're giving your answer. Don't rush through. So it gives you a chance to kind of, sometimes you don't understand that you're even doing that. So you want to be comfortable and kind of let your answers roll off of your tongue in a conversational tone. All right. Something to speak to again. I know it was mentioned on another slide. Ensure Zoom and whatever online tools, webcam, etc., you're using are ready to go ahead of time. If the interview is virtual, more than likely it will be. So make sure your system and everything is working, everything is up and running for you to be able to sign in ahead of time. And you want to be waiting on the actual interviewer. You don't want to have them waiting on you. All right. But of course, again, on the chance that you're meeting in person, have a phone number and point of contact in case of an emergency. If there's some horrible traffic accident, something's happening that you can't have foreseen, and you need to reach out to the company that you're supposed to be interviewing with in person to let them know what's going on, make sure that you have a point of contact in case an emergency like that arises. Have a name and phone number of somebody that you can contact. All right. Be professionally dressed with extra copies of your resume. Be confident. Shake hands, smile, keep eye contact with your interviewer, and use their name whenever possible. You want the interview should have a conversational tone. Using a person's name that relieves some of that pressure and things of that nature. And it just shows that you're a little bit more relaxed and you're comfortable with answering the questions and talking about your experience. I already kind of spoke to this, but it bears repeating. Take your time when answering questions. If you are asked a tough question, it's okay to let the interviewer know you need a moment to think about your answer, or even circle back to the question if you need to, if it's that tough. But if you're prepared and you're prepared for it and you have enough scenarios that you're able to speak to, typically this will not happen. But it's okay if you're in that scenario and you need to circle back to something they asked. And just continue to move forward with the interview, so there's not too much dead air or that awkward silence. Interviews are about preparation, but also being able to think on your feet. As prepared as I felt like I've been for interviews, there have been times where I've been asked questions that have caught me off guard, and I've had to think on my feet and be able to answer those questions. What I would say in a scenario like that, just do your best. Answer the question to the best of your ability, but make note of what happened and what they asked in case that were to happen again. All right. Very important. Ask no less than 2 to 3 questions at the end of the interview when it's your turn to ask questions. Remember, you're interviewing them as well as making sure the job is a good fit for you. So when you ask questions, it's your opportunity to show your interest in the job. It's your opportunity to show that you've done some research on the company, and you can just Google, company culture is very important. So there are certain questions if you Google that you can ask to get some feedback on what the culture is like at a company, to get that specific feedback that you're looking for. So Google is your friend. Take the time to Google some questions that you can ask an interviewer that will let them know what the culture is like there at the company that you're projected to or looking to work for. All right, and last but not least, follow up with an email thanking the interviewer for their time and reiterating why you like to work for them. You'd be surprised how many people miss something as simple as this. They selected your resume, from a stack of however many, they gave you the opportunity to sit across from them and potentially get a job that could change the life of you, your family, and others. So you definitely want to thank them for that, but you'll be surprised how many people miss the opportunity to do things like that. And remember, when you're taking that interview, everything that you're doing speaks to your character, your reputation, and things that you're trying to do to set yourself apart from someone else that they may be considering for the position. So any opportunity you have to kind of set yourself apart from someone else, you want to be taking that opportunity to do that. All right. So that is the end of my presentation. I know there wasn't very many slides, but I think they covered the things that you really need to do to get prepared for an interview. You know, I again want to thank you for allowing my wife the chance to come and speak to you guys today about resume writing and preparing to land that dream job. We wish all of you guys the best and know you'll do well. My advice to you would be just to prepare, practice, and continue to look for ways to get better and improve your skill set. Open it up one more time for any questions that anybody might have for me about interview prep. So the floor is yours if anyone has any additional or any questions that they'd like to ask.
Okay. Mr. Huey, do you mind sharing your LinkedIn? Let us see what your LinkedIn looks like.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, you mean sharing it on screen?
Yes.
So give me 1 second.
And also, you know, we'd like to have your.
Stop video.
Give me 1 second.
Great. Yeah, great presentation. Yes, wonderful. I heard you say that you're getting like 5 to 6 hits every day, and perhaps our students can take a look at to see that information. Yes, the information is great. Folks are sending thank yous. So while we're waiting on that information, how many of you already have LinkedIn accounts? Okay. Right. Okay, great.
Okay. So here's my LinkedIn page. These are some of the certifications that I have a title here. Agile Transformation Leader, Executive Coach. I'll click on the see more. I have a list. You know, my wife talked about a summary. I have my summary listed here and some of my certifications that I have. Just technology, languages, and other skills and applications that I understand how to use, along with core competencies, followed by my education, Bachelor of Science, Finance Management, and then my technical degrees as well. Job experience, along with my education again, as far as the dates. And I think Professor Mitchell, you asked, this is not a degree or anything like this, but this was a leadership course I took when I was working for Verizon Wireless back in 2010. It's not an actual certification, but it's a leadership course that I took that I listed along with my education on my profile. Here are my degrees, ECPI University, as well as University of South Carolina. And as far as some additional, let me go to my technical certifications, my licenses and certifications here.
Okay, awesome.
All of that information is listed there.
Yes.
How to get in contact with me, things of that message, things of that nature as well. So a lot of times what happens is IT recruiters will direct message me on LinkedIn, ask for a copy of my resume. They'll email me and call me as well. But the information that they need and the questions they have, a lot of it is answered all right in my LinkedIn profile. to reach out and call me. No, the stronger your profile is, the better off you are. If you don't have a LinkedIn profile, one of the things that I'll recommend is getting the profile started first. Even if companies do this, like when they come out with a product, it's version 1. It may not be what they want it to be, but they get it to market. They get feedback from the market and they continue to revise that product. So if, a lot of times we slow ourselves down by not wanting to put something out until it's perfect. So the first thing you want to do is make sure you have an online presence, a LinkedIn profile out there. Once you have it there, you continue to work on it to make it better until you get it to the point to where you want it to be. I invite anybody to connect with me to kind of see an example of what mine looks like, and kind of grow from there with their profile. But the first thing you have to do is be on LinkedIn, and from there, the details will come. There's, like my wife said earlier, YouTube videos and things of that nature, but you want to continue to improve your profile. It's not something that'll ever be finished, because as you continue to work, you'll have new experiences, new things that you accomplish, which should all go on your profile. You'll meet new people that'll have feedback to give, praise and things they want to, testimonies and things they want to give. You add those to your profile. So your profile is something that is going to continue to grow over time. So you'll never really be finished with it. It's something that you'll continue to update and add to. There may be some new certification that's not even available right now that you end up getting later on. Once you will add it to your profile, and your profile just continues to grow from there.
Someone has a question. Tawana has a question. She has a question about LinkedIn profile.
Okay. Looks like Tawana has a question about LinkedIn profile.
Okay.
Good morning. And thank you guys for all the information and everything. My question is basically what are your thoughts on including unrelated educational backgrounds as well as job experience for people who are career transitioners, I guess. So for example, like I have a bachelor's degree in exercise science, but I also have an associate's degree in occupational therapy. None of that's related to computers or cybersecurity. Do you think that that's important to list, or no, or just the bachelor's degree? That's my basic question.
You want to take a stab at that?
Sure. So yeah, good question, Shalonda. I would absolutely list it because it's education. And then remembering that in your professional summary, your profile and all of that stuff, you are tailoring your actual cybersecurity experience that you have to your previous work experience. So that's coursework, and it shows soft skills. It shows the ability to commit to something. It shows perseverance. It shows a good work ethic that you were able to start a degree program and complete it. And so employers want to see things like that as well. And so I would definitely include it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And just kind of to add to that, one of the things that you'll be speaking to, and that'll be obvious from your resume as well, is that you are transitioning into another career. I didn't really highlight this when I was speaking, but if you look at my profile, I wasn't always in IT. I've been working for a while, and as far as IT is concerned, I've been in the field for close to 10 years. So all of my experience is not information technology. So I did a career change myself. So at one point, I didn't have very much experience, but my background, my leadership background and things of that nature had some skills that I learned that were totally relatable to skill sets that I would need in IT as far as leading others and things of that nature. So even though you weren't in that career specifically, some of the things that you had to learn, skill sets that you have and things of that nature may translate over, and whether it's, whether or not it's being detail oriented or whatever the case may be. So when you're in an interview, you really have to speak to the background and experience that you have that still will need to be used in the new position that you're going to. Because it's going to be for a while until you get the experience under your belt in that new field or with that career change. That's what your bread and butter is really going to be. You have to speak to some of the things you've done through your coursework or through the jobs that you've had, those skills that you've needed, whether it's being detail oriented, something you've done that's been technical in the past, or whatever the case may be. You're really going to need to rely on those experiences until you transition fully into the field and have a few years of experience under your belt. And then your answers to interview questions would change as you prepare for interviews in the future, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, that absolutely makes sense. I mean, I understand the concept of transferable skills because I have had a couple of different careers. But that also kind of leads me to another question, which is, I am a woman of a certain age and, sometimes I've gotten different feedback regarding the dates of my degrees, as well as leaving off certain job experiences, even though that might be more relatable. It shows that I've been working for quite some time. What are your thoughts on that, as far as like including or leaving off dates, and or experiences based on length of time?
Well, age discrimination, that's a good question, Tawana. Age discrimination is very real. I would leave off the dates of your degrees, like the actual dates that you graduated. I would leave those off. And then if I were you, I would focus on a more functional resume, which combines your resume history, so you aren't necessarily having to list every particular job description more, but you're grouping your experience types together. That is the way that I would sort of evade that parameter, if that makes sense. So I would again group like professional experience types and just speak to those collectively, and then leave off dates for your degrees.
Okay. And then one last question regarding the whole resume and all that. I know that you guys offer services to assist with resume development and all that. Do you guys also like review profiles and make suggestions as well? I feel like I have a pretty strong profile, but there obviously may be room for improvement on that.
So yeah, if you like scan the QR code, I don't know where it is now. Oh, I guess, I don't know if you want to pull this back up. I don't know if you scan the QR code.
I scanned it, yes.
The menu of services include I have a LinkedIn profile development product that I offer. It's not a review, it's a complete rewrite or actual development of that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All great questions. Anyone else?
We've shared our email addresses as well in the chat, so feel free to reach out if you have any questions. As we mentioned last year, this isn't just a presentation and like goodbye. Like this is the way we live life. Like a ministry is the way that we do our lives. So if you have any questions, we're happy to answer those. I am going to go back to really quickly I have a resume that I can pull up. Hold on one second. Let me pause share real quick. So I think it's going to lock up since we have so many things up. Okay. And I'm going to share the bottom of this resume. Come back. All right, can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Alrighty, so this is an actual cybersecurity professional who had no prior experience in that field. I was able, as you can see, to take her experience that was unrelated and translate some of those components into cybersecurity related skill sets. And she was targeting a junior software development role. Okay, so I'm gonna scroll down here. Obviously, I removed some of her information just to protect the innocent, if you will. Here, her education is listed. She wanted her education listed on the bottom. So it's listed Bachelor of Science in Computer and Information Science, minor in Business Management. Her this is the year that she graduated, or her estimated completion date, and then her actual school with the city, state, and zip code, right? I'm sorry, no zip code, just city and state right here. Same thing here, certifications, she had not yet passed them yet. So we put an estimated completion date here. This is where she completed coursework here. So this is a sample structure of how you would highlight your certifications. Professor Mitchell, does that answer your question? Does that help the rest of the group as well?
Yes, ma'am, it does for me.
Yes. And under education, since this course was an intensive 6 months course, could we possibly also list it here, like Wiley Kennedy Foundation Cybersecurity 6 months course? Could we list that under education there, you think, as well?
Absolutely could.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Absolutely. All righty. Any final questions? I'm trying to look through the chat right now. You guys are welcome. Our pleasure. Thank you for having us. We see
Yes.
remarks. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate it.
Okay, yes, we really want to thank the Hueys for such another wonderful exposition. You guys are certainly a wonderful team, and I'm deeply, impressed and appreciative of your service. And so another wonderful session with you guys. Keep up the great and awesome work. We can see faith at work in your lives. And so we're very, very thankful, very appreciative. And so any other questions, comments? This has been a wonderful time. I think it's a beautiful session. After we've learned the materials, after we've become certified, some of us, to end on a note of now getting that position and landing that position. And you guys have certainly given us that opportunity to see how we can now improve our resume and how we can get ready for that interview. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, no problem at all.
On behalf of my wife and I just want to thank you guys again for having us for the second year in a row. We wish you guys the best in your careers and the pursuits that you have. Just, keep God first, continue to prepare.
Yes.
Prepare. And, best to you, all of you, in all your endeavors. So we'll keep you guys in our prayers as far as moving forward in your careers and landing those jobs that you're looking for, and continuing to have your experience grow as you make a career change. Yes,
thank you so much. Okay, well, any final words, Mr. Mitchell? We want to thank Mr. Mitchell for being the lead professor for the 6 months course. He's done an outstanding job. And so we've learned so much. And the nice thing about it is that you still have access to the Google Classroom. And we're going to put this recording there for those students who missed today. And so they'll have an opportunity to gain from this conversation as well today. So we want to thank everyone for continuing until the last session, which is today. And so, Mr. Mitchell, do you have any final words you'd like to say, or we yield the floor to you, sir?
Yes, I got some things I want to say about this, about job searching and how important LinkedIn is. So just bear with me a couple of minutes. I just want to really dive into that so you guys can know what jobs y'all want to look for, and really get the ball rolling. Just apply. See what you want to see what you want to do, see if the description fits, and apply for the job. All right. Real quick, as Huey said, LinkedIn is, I don't know, I think LinkedIn is probably just as important as having a resume. Back when I was coming out of college, having a resume on that special piece of paper, that was like top notch, right? You was going to get your job.
Right.
LinkedIn is probably the equivalent of that now. You know, whenever they see your name pop up on an application, take it from me, they're gonna go and look at you'll see on LinkedIn somebody from such and such company has searched your profile or looked at your profile. All right, so they're gonna look at, you know, basically I think how clean your profile looks, what you're posting on there, and in our cases of wanting to be security professionals, you know, wouldn't it be nice if we're posting security events that has happened, what's going on in current events, you know, letting that employer know that, hey, you know, I'm in tune with the current event. So let me share my screen real quick. So this is my LinkedIn. I'm beefing with this guy right now, but anyway, I'm gonna go to my profile, and everything that they said is true, but I just want to really go down to, I'm sorry, not my profile, but my jobs. What you guys will want to look for, it's super easy to look for a job here on LinkedIn. What we're going to be looking for is cybersecurity jobs with entry level put into it, or associate put in front of it. Let's get a little bit of detail. All right. And now what we want to do, let's take this one from General Dynamics, right? This is the problem that working with Chris, this is the problem that I see. A lot of times the HR department is going to write a very descriptive job description for that posting, but it's not entry level, right? It's not something that someone who hasn't had experience would. And it would be very obvious, right? They'll say they want 10 years of experience, and you need to have 5 years of working directly in informational security, and they want a CISSP certification to go along with that. If anybody knows anything about security, CISSPs just don't, they're not entry level at all. So be aware of that. Look at once we go off the title, we're thinking that this is entry level, but you want to make sure that you align yourself with the descriptions, qualifications, experience. If you fall in that realm, go ahead and apply. Now, here's the thing that I also would, another tip I would do is I wouldn't apply on that job site or on this job posting site, job board. I will go to the company's actual website and apply there. So like on LinkedIn, they got a little arrow saying that you can go out there and go to their actual, this is Workday. And this is where I will normally put in an application for a company, okay? And it's always good, especially for these big time companies like General Dynamics. They're always going to have, you know, cybersecurity jobs pop up, and you want to save them, maybe get some notifications every week to see what new jobs come open, and have that resume put on file on their website. So you can just easily, you know, use the last application and apply for the new one, okay? But you also got to understand that big time companies like these, they get a lot of applications, okay? And if we want to break through, sometimes we got to put in a lot of applications, or we might need to know someone that knows someone, going back to LinkedIn, right? So if I know somebody, sometimes on these jobs, they'll have the recruiter who posted the job posting here, and then we can message them, or maybe, you know, connect with them and have that person in our pocket. Not, that's a bad phrase, but have that person in our connections so they can know that we're looking for work, okay? I wanted to bring that up. I wanted to show an actual example such as this, right? But this is for a senior position, but I wanted to show how Jennifer, she's the one that's going to be over this posting. So either you can message her about maybe, hey, this job wasn't remote. Can we make it? Is there a possibility to make it a remote job? Things of that sort. This is why LinkedIn is super powerful right now to me, just because you can reach out and you can actually get more information than you bargained for. Now you can also, you know, do all your filters here, but I wanted to say that same thing goes for Indeed. Indeed is, to me, a lesser job board than LinkedIn, but it still serves the purpose, right? So cybersecurity, and I like to do is doing Columbia, Atlanta, and first pops up first. With this is a government job. So, and the reason why I know it's a government job because the state of South Carolina is always going to point back to their website. I want another example. Let's go with here. Okay. So Meridian Technologies is hiring for an engineer. The contract. These type of postings, right? So you may feel like you're in this type of range to apply for this job. This is what I would tell you. Highlight the name of the company and then go out to their website. Do a Google search and see if they have this posted on the career part of their website. So a lot of these companies that have a career section, we can just click on that and then see the actual, they will update this more than, or keep this up to date versus Indeed and LinkedIn. Well, Indeed. LinkedIn is pretty much on point. So I will search for that job here, see if it comes up. And if it does, if I still feel like I want to fill out the application for it, I will. But only if I'm filling it out on that particular company's website. As you can see, it didn't pop up, right? So what I'm saying that is to say this: I'm going to waste my time filling out this application on Indeed when it's not. It's kind of like a bogus posting, or it's already reached its end limit. And so that brings me into my next point. When you're filling out so many applications, you're going to realize that you're going to fill out a lot, and you're going to get a bunch of no's. Okay, just because, and I'm trying to say this nicely. Just because we finish the training and we get the certification doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to come knocking down our doors for the job. We're going to get a bunch of no's, but don't let it discourage you. keep moving towards your goal, and you only need one person to say yes. Okay, so understand that. I went for my period of leaving my IT job, getting my first cybersecurity job. I was out of work for 4 months. Okay, and I put in application after application, and I was overwhelmed about how many times I switched up a resume or how many interviews that I had. It's a grind. But once you're in there, when I had that first job at Ag First with cybersecurity, and then I went to my next job at Sunoco, it only took me about a month to, fill out applications, maybe 2. And it was much more easier because I had the experience. But for the first time, I'm just going to forewarn you, it's a lot of work of getting in front of people, talking, getting down pack on your interview skills. All those things plays a part. Yes, Tawana, you are correct, because it's different ways you can search, right? You can do, I think I've seen somebody put in cybersecurity minus firewalls. And what it does is take all the firewalls out of the job descriptions that it has in the databases. So there's so many different ways that you can come across an employer that's looking for someone in this field. But I want to say that just because you haven't passed the certification yet, it doesn't mean that you can't put in these resumes and put in these applications.
Right.
And just because you passed it doesn't mean that they're gonna just say, "Oh, come on in," and you can bomb the interview. You can't do that. You have to always be on point, really on top of your game. So I said that the LinkedIn testimonies. There's a part in LinkedIn where we can help you out. A job posting.
That's good.
Where is it? So I know on the skills, right? You can put in down your skills that you have. So was it Tawana? Tawana had the question about working in a different field, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So what I would say is, what skills in those fields were related to cybersecurity? And then put those into this section of your LinkedIn. And then once you start to put those there, me and Dr. McBride can come back behind you and say, yes, you have demonstrated these skills. And we're vouching for that. Okay, so that helps you out. And plus other people who have seen you or work with you, they can also vouch for you too on LinkedIn. So it's very important to get connected with these people and then, be active on LinkedIn. Okay. The background. When you're doing an interview, and this is my opinion, you don't take this as gospel. This is my opinion, okay? Have your background presentable, or do like I'm doing today, having a preset background, okay? So people are not looking in your background, being in your business like that. So don't have, in my opinion, if you got a laptop, don't have the laptop camera pointed up and you looking down into the camera on an interview. Kind of have it like you got an office space or what have you in your house, and you're dedicated to that particular computer at that time. And the reason why I say that is because at first, he was I had somebody there that was a stickler about how I worked and he thought that I wasn't at work when I was at work, right? So in my opinion, and I started to watch this during the pandemic when people started doing more and more remote work, we either started to be in a secluded area in your house and we had background pictures, or we put on the virtual backgrounds. So I would say that, once you start to get these interviews and they setting up these Zoom calls or Teams, that's another thing. Make sure that y'all can get on Microsoft or Teams, because that's pretty much the two that's gonna be people are gonna call on. But making sure you set up your background so it's presentable, looks professional, and that's pretty much it. Other than that, I appreciate all y'all attention over these past months. I hope y'all have a different outlook on cybersecurity now, that is not so technical as you thought it was going to be, but now you are a security professional, whether you like it or not. And people are going, that's another thing. When you go into the interviews, you got to be confident, because they're looking for you to defend. And if you're not confident in the skills that you have, how can they be confident in you to defend their data? Okay, so keep that in mind. And again, I want to thank y'all for allowing me to share my knowledge with you. If you got any questions, hit me up on LinkedIn. Let's become friends on LinkedIn. And I'll help you in any type of way that I can. I thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Mitchell, for sharing those points. Okay, well, it is a wrap. Now, for those of you who, as I've said, who've taken the midterm final exams, and also those of you who took the CompTIA practice exam, we're ready to give you a transcript which will list the goals of the class or the activities that we're involved in. And you can also, extrapolate information from that to put in your LinkedIn account as well, okay? The information, I'll reach out to you, since this is personal to you. I will reach out to you with that information and get you a certificate as well as the transcript. All right, so hopefully, if you need to complete something for us, we need to have that like ASAP, like yesterday, and so that we can, kind of like conclude the course. So this is our official end date, even though we were scheduled to end it a couple of weeks ago, but this is officially ending it. Continue to reach out to us. The classroom is open and still open. And as Mr. Mitchell said, you can, reach out and LinkedIn and that sort of thing. As you know that I am a professor at a college, and so my LinkedIn experience is going to be a little different. And also, I am not pursuing another position. So my LinkedIn experience is kind of like limited. So reach out to him. Also reach out to the Hueys, and let's make sure we get our certification out of the way, and let's make sure that, we groom ourselves for that and groom and land that position. All right. So many blessings to you. I think most of you have a contact number that you can reach us should you need to, and feel free to keep in contact. Okay. All right, then, Donna, I will expect that picture of you and your results so that we can continue to congratulate you, okay?
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Many blessings to you guys. And
Thank you.
yes, so be blessed, and we hope to see you all again, if it's not in person, in the rapture.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Okay, be blessed. Be blessed.
Bye. everyone.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you again, the Hueys.
You're
Awesome.
welcome.
Yes, it's always a great pleasure. Okay. All right, Mr. Mitchell. All right.
All right.
Okay. Thank you so much for everything.
Okay, then no problem. I'm gonna go ahead and post this up in the classroom, and I'll talk at y'all later.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Turn the recording on. Okay, and what I want to do is send you a link in the chat. All right, so this is where we're going to go at to actually register for the exam. I'm going to share this for you. CompTIA gives they give the certification, but who actually administers the exam is Pearson VUE. Pearson VUE is just basically the people who own the standardized test. They give you a testing site so you can actually take whatever certification you want to take. And it's not just CompTIA. If you guys get into ISC squared for the CISP, it'll be through Pearson VUE. The CISM exam will be through Pearson VUE. No, I lied. That's not through them. But they own a number of tests. Pretty much the whole schedule for CompTIA. They pretty much administer all those tests and a lot from other certifications that you can get, not just in technical, the technology field, also nursing as well. So let's take a look at it. The link I sent you guys is here in the chat, and you will need to get registered with Pearson VUE in order to log in order to set your exam up. So I'm gonna go ahead and log in with my account. And so this has changed, right? So in the beginning, when I took mine, it was just strictly keep you on Pearson VUE website, but now they integrated it with CompTIA.org. But you still kind of want to find out all the way so you could see exactly the steps I've taken. Go back. Yeah. And it's going to throw you here. So what you can do a single sign-on with whatever favorite email you want to use, but remember your username and password just so you can always come back and reschedule the exam if you wanted to. I think you only get one reschedule, but as a piece of advice, go ahead and schedule your exam and hold yourself to it. Hold yourself to a particular date, study for that date, and get ready to pass the exam on that first time. Even though you do get a retake, you want to go into the first, you want to take the exam for the first time and pass for the first time. It could be a little daunting to do 80 multiple choice questions and then 10 performance-based questions, but if you do the test that we have here and then you do your own practice on your own, you should be able to do these questions within a minute time frame. A lot of them you're going to be able to get within 30 seconds, because you're going to know it. And as long as you don't second guess yourself or read into it, because the CompTIA exam loves to give you scenarios, and those scenarios are designed to second guess your thoughts. Sometimes we can learn the definition or learn what a IDS is, but then the scenario causes you to think that it's an IPS. But if you can learn how to read through the fluff, as I like to say, then you'll be able to pass this exam with no problem. So once you're logged in, you want to go to My Exams, and I'll go over to my certifications in a minute. But you want to go to My Exams and then schedule the exam, view My Exams. So this is where you're going to see all of the exams that Pearson VUE offers. Okay, and so we want to scroll down to Security Plus exams and click the arrow to go forward. And you want to make sure that it's the 601 exam. The reason why I say that is because I don't think we're in the middle of the cycle, but just in case if they do come out with a 701 version, you want to pick the right version that you studied for. Okay, so we are studying for the 601 version. And then now it gives you an opportunity to say, I want to take it at the house, or do I want to go to a testing center? So I would opt for, let's go and do for a testing center. Me personally, I think right now I would probably do at a testing center. I would want to get out of the house. Even though doing it at your house would cause for a proctor, someone to be monitoring you the whole time. And they're kind of strict about having a clear desk, having a clear room, having no jewelry or things like that on, in order for you. They're trying to eliminate any factor of you cheating, right? So it can be a little bit stressful, and that's why I would go to a actual testing center. So once you click on testing center, you'll see what you're expecting to bring. Always bring your photo ID. Try to bring 2 forms if you got a school ID and a driver license, or if you got a ID card and with your driver license, maybe a work ID. Try to bring 2 photo IDs, okay? And then for me personally, I like to bring a coat, a light coat, just because a lot of those business offices are very cold, and I don't do well in cold weather, so I always bring a light jacket with me. So you want to click on at the testing center. We're going to click next. And we're going to choose our language. Click next. Now, this is the policies that they want you to review. I would only review, well, you should review all the policies, but I want you to pay special attention to the reschedule policy. Do not wait 24 hours before the actual exam to want to reschedule. If you're feeling uneasy, you feel like you're not ready for it, I would say 2 days out from taking it, go ahead and reschedule. And I think it's not no, it should be a fee. It might result into a fee to reschedule. So that's why I would say pick a date that you're comfortable with and you're committed to actually taking that exam on that date and passing it that day. Okay. And then the same thing for a cancellation, but I would not, for our situation here in this class, I would not go for any type of cancellation. It would behoove you to take advantage and take the exam. Okay, so we're going to agree to all the agreements and the policies. And now this takes you to where you want to set up your site at. So this is at my home address. I'm going to do a Columbia address. So now this doesn't necessarily, if it doesn't apply to you, just put in your zip code or your address and see what testing center you would like to go to. But this is where they show different places where you can actually go in and take the exam. And I would, this comes down to your personal preference, wherever you want to go. Maybe it's the traffic, it's not so heavy. All those things kind of play into part. 9 times out of 10, it's going to probably be on a weekday, so you want to account for traffic. But I try to schedule mine on Saturday for the most part. But with those Saturdays, you're gonna have to try to schedule maybe a month out sometimes. And for this instance, we want you guys to take it as soon as possible. So let's pick PCY testing solution. And once we select now, you can select, I think, up to 3 testing centers. So you can select up to 3 just to compare the availability. But yeah, you know what? Let's do that. And let's do this. And let's do next. And so now, this will bring you to the schedule. And so they're comparing all, well, they're going to give you all the options that your 3 selected venues have. And we now need to go in and see what days they have available. And right now, it's not looking too good to where I see an availability on the 14th, 21st, and the 28th. So let's see what's on the 14th. So, okay, let's go back. So that was for ECPI. Let's go back to May. So the BCY testing solution has days open on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I would assume that the testing center will probably have times open every day, just because that's what I would assume that's what they do. So let's say if we wanted to go with the 15th, right? Because our last date is the 24th. Let's see what's on the 16th. And we could book a time between 10:30 and 12:45. And that pretty much is the length of the time length that they're going to give you for the exam. So we'll go ahead and just book this exam. And this is where it'll come down to the checkout. Okay, so this is where your exam voucher number will come into play. Okay, so make sure you have that information on you ready to go to checkout in order to eliminate this down to 0 because it's already been paid for. Okay, so but this is pretty much how you set it up for registering for the exam, and then you know your time and date, and so now you can study towards that date. Remember to have your voucher ready to go once you hit the checkout screen. So let's go to the checkout screen real quick. This is where you're going to put in that voucher number, okay? Now, once you put in that voucher number, that should change to 0, and then we just continue on with the, I think the billing information will be whatever the voucher says. I'm not too sure about that, but this is how it's going to register you as the person coming to take that exam. Yeah, and I think it's very similar for the home exam as well. Chris could speak more to that because I know he's taking it with a home proctor. But
basically for the home process is they want you in a isolated room, nothing on the walls, nothing around you. They make you take your laptop and scan the room before you even get into the test. They also have you take pictures of your environment. And then the setup is basically the same. You go through the whole thing of paying for the test with the voucher. And then once they talk to you, make sure everything is okay in the area that you're going to take your test, then they release the test to you. But you can't even wear a hat. I had a hat on once and it was like, nope, take it off. You can't have any water bottles, your phone. Once you finish taking pictures of your environment, they tell you to put your phone away. And so you can't have anything like that around. Even doing the at-home testing, I was actually reading a question and I was looking down trying to read the question because of how my laptop was facing me. And they paused my test and told me that my eyes needed to stay up because it looked like I was looking at information. So they are very strict when you take the test at home.
Yeah, I agree. I did the same thing. I was looking when I took a test for AWS, and I was looking. I normally have my camera above the screen that I'm reading, and I was reading the question kind of in a whisper so I can hear it and comprehended it better. And he stopped me to say that I couldn't do that. He didn't want to see my lips moving, so I was like, okay. So it was I didn't like that, but it was convenient to pass the test at the house and didn't have to worry about, driving to get there. If the facility is warm enough for me, I kind of like it warm. But like I said, there's a lot of those places that are cold. Can't get up to use the restroom in either place. So take these things into consideration when going to sit for the exam. That's why we want to practice now, going through 100 questions straight, kind of conditioning the body and the mind to read that much information, go over it time and time, and just get conditioned to take that type of exam. So, because I could tell you around question 60, 70, you kind of get to the point like, all right, I'm ready to be done. And then they may hit you with a performance-based questions at the end. And then now that's a whole nother type of thinking, critical thinking that you need to be aware of. So take those things into consideration when it comes to scheduling an exam.
That's good. Okay, thank you so much. Do you have any questions?
I do. I was wondering, with the voucher, do we get that at the end once we complete the final exam and that sort of thing? Or is it right before the certification?
So this time we sent out the voucher with your book. So you should have your voucher already.
So it's in my email.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
So everyone should have a voucher. And what we would love to do now is to go ahead and how many of you signed up as Ms. Mitchell was going through the process? Did anyone sign up? Okay, so we do want you to go ahead and sign up and kind of like schedule it before our last class. So hopefully your schedule, you'll be able to block out some time to do that. So yeah, why don't we go ahead and take the next 10 minutes of class and to go ahead and register. So I think at this point, everyone should be in a position where you can register for the test. And we're kind of like insisting that we do it before the class ends, that you at least sit for the exam, pass the exam, that's our goal, before the course ends, okay? And the reason for that is last time we did have some individuals who did not sit for the exam, and the voucher actually expired on them. So this is an opportunity for you to do it, because after a certain point, there won't be any more vouchers. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and take 10 minutes to. How many of you plan to take it on a site?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
I think I'll do.
Oh, wow.
Well.
Okay, great. Okay, all right. So what about the preacher? Noah? Mr. Boykin? Reverend Boykin? Elder? Reverend? Doctor?
I'm going on site.
On site? Okay, good. So, okay, so let's go ahead and take 10 minutes.
I'm going on site.
Okay, Great,
So,
great.
okay, so let's go ahead and take it. Okay, great.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and sign up for the test now, the exam, and let us know if you have some questions or any complications and what have you. Take the 10 minutes. When you're done, just give us a shout out. Let us know that you've signed up for it.
You want to sign right now for it?
Yes.
Okay, I gotta check my schedule first because I have to wait after graduations and stuff like that and see what's going on. So
Okay.
graduation, it's graduation time in the month of June for a lot of people. So I need to check my schedule. My son is graduating and stuff, so I need to see and orientations for colleges after that. So I am gonna take it before the 24th, but I just need to check my schedule first and to see
Okay.
when I'm going to take it.
Okay. All right.
And I will email you and Mr. Mitchell my test today if you would like that.
Okay, so yes, that's great. Yes. Mr. Mitchell, can you put that link back? Somebody says that they're let's see, I think that they're I can still see it. Let's see. Let's see. There you go. All right. Do you see it now? Mr. Boykin?
Excuse me, am I supposed to be seeing the screen?
I'm sorry?
Am I supposed to be seeing the screen from
I'm sorry.
like the screen?
Okay, Donna, I think you're asking us something about the screen, a screen?
Yes, am I supposed to still be seeing Mr. Lee's screen like he usually shares his screen when he's teaching class?
No, his screen is, he's not sharing at the moment.
Okay.
Cindy, did you have a question?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, so we're signing up for the CompTIA exam. If we can today. I know some folks have to check their schedules.
Yes, ma'am, that would be something I need to do later once I check my schedule.
Okay, great, great.
I got a question for Mr. Mitchell. You say they was going to give us some kind of I can't remember, but instead of questions like performance on the exam, it's something we're gonna have to work out or something we're gonna have to actually perform. Can you give us examples of some?
Okay, yes. It will be kind of like drag and drops, where you'll see diagrams and they're gonna ask you to place the the best solution in a particular spot. I'll see if I got some saved. Give some examples. So this is an example of this is one of my favorite examples of a PBQ that you're gonna find on that test. Now this is already made out. I have to remake those because the software that I was using, I didn't decide to resubscribe to that software, so I have to remake these to give you guys better examples. But basically, you'll see a diagram like this, and they'll give you a scenario, and they'll say, put the best solution for the diagram that you see here. And where you see proximity badge, a safe, biometrics, man trap, CCTV, all of those will be over here. So what you need to do, you will need to read the scenario and then decide where does each one of these drag and drops go. Okay, so that's they may give you 10 of these, 10 questions like this at the beginning of a exam, or they may give it to you at the end. But for the times that I've taken them, it's either at the beginning or the end. And I always give the give the advice of skipping these until you're able to go back and do them at the end. Because you can, if they give it to you in the beginning, you can spend a good 20 minutes thinking about a scenario, overthinking it, and then now you got to rush through, 80 different multiple choice questions. So you kind of want to leave these for the end. And, when you really look at it, it's not as hard as what you think it is. It's the scenario that's trying to make you trip up and then take more time on it as needed. So that's an example of that.
Okay, I can see this right here and I kind of understand it, like the supervised lab, what the cables connect to the printers and stuff like that. And what office part, what you need, the proximity badge and the safety is just what you start off with. In the data center, you will have your proximity badge, which you can scanning the biometrics, the man trap, the CCTV, and lock-in cabinets, which all that will be proximity to the servers. And then at the end is just the biometric where the employee's laptop is, which that will be something that they need scanning to something like the biometrics reader. So just need to try to understand this here. Matrix should be simple enough for us to pass some of them diagrams, seems like. Just understand what each one of them does.
Right. So in this scenario, they'll probably say, okay, these are your security controls over here, right? You got a locking cabinet. So there's, locking cabinet, safe. This is more the closed captioning TV or the closed circuit TV. Man trap, biometric reader, proximity badge, which is, smart badge, and then your locking cables. And you'll see a unsupervised lab. So this is probably going to be on the property. These laptops probably don't leave, but we still need to put a security lock on them some kind of way, right? So given the fact that they didn't say that we can put username and passwords on them, but to prevent someone from picking it up and then walking out the door, we could put cable locks on them. Also, you can look at the fact that they got 6 of these here, and it would just make sense for you to just put all 6 right here, right? Process of elimination. Now, in the office, we can say, we can use our proximity badge, our smart badge to walk in, and more than likely, we're going to have people in the office watching. So it's going to be hard for somebody to come in there and pick it up and walk out. But we do want to keep confidential documentation in the safe, and the data that's on those laptops, we want to keep those safe from other people who don't need access. So we may want to give a proximity badge to get into the office. Okay. Same thing goes for the data center. You always want to, check who has access to the data center. So we're going to give them a proximity badge, but we also may want to do a biometric scan too. Maybe eye retina scan or fingerprint scan to get into it. It could have a man trap. Maybe and I've seen places where you have a place to have the man trap. You slide in there, and then someone comes and gets you out of the man trap to go into the data center. You have that. You may have a security guard that's sitting in the man trap, watching them, watching people around the data center with the closed circuit TV. And then you got your locking cabinets for your servers, right? You want to lock those things up, make sure that nobody can walk out of there with a whole server, just in case they get past all of this. And then the last but not least is just your employees that are traveling. So the reason why I know they're traveling is because this Wi-Fi signal here signifies that they are mobile. They can move, right? They can be anywhere. So I can't lock these down. I can't say, hey, take these cables with you and lock it up every time you're at your house or you're going to a hotel or whatever. But I can put a biometric feature on it, and now every time you're about to log in, I know that you're using a secure way of logging in with your fingerprint in order to get onto that laptop. So that's a quick overview of just kind of like, not without knowing the scenario, but just kind of looking at it and just doing a process of elimination. And okay, now you could trip up and say, well, I'm gonna put the locking cabinet in the office, right? Or I could put the safe over here in the lab and put the laptops in there. And that's what CompTIA wants you to do. They want you to overthink this whole thing. And then now you done spent 15 minutes on this one thing, and now you got to rush through the rest of the rest of the test. And that's what we don't want. So skip all of this and wait for the, I want to say the last 20 minutes of the test, and then come back and do your performance-based questions. Because you should be proficient enough to do your multiple choice questions to where if you go back and check over those, you're probably just marking those to check back on them just in case, you feel uneasy about a topic. But if you feel uneasy about a topic, I would suggest you putting in more study time on that particular topic and getting more questions on that topic. Yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Mitchell, can I share my screen for a second?
Are you able to share?
No, sir. It's a host disabled participant screen sharing.
Try it now.
Okay, so this is from exam topics. I used this last year in addition to what Dr. McBride and Mr. Mitchell taught in class. These are, I guess they're up to date. What the performance-based questions look like when you got it. I had 6 at the beginning of my test. This caught me for a loop. Mr. Mitchell helped me figure it out because I was lost when I saw this right here. When you're trying to configure all of this, and it's drag and drop. It looks like you know, a hot mess right now, but it's all drag and drop. And with exam topics, it gives you the solution at the end. Yeah, that looks a mess, but if you can use this as a supplemental study guide, that's what I did. And one thing about the CompTIA test is you will know if you're not proficient in one of the, I guess you say categories or chapters, because they'll continue to give you related questions in that section. So when you get to multiple choice and you're doing one of the sections, if you're not doing well, it'll keep firing the same type questions at you until it thinks you're proficient in that section and move on to the next one. So you'll get a sense if you start seeing the same type of wording or questions. But yeah, this is another performance-based questions. This is what it looks like exactly on the test. I had this one, and I had this one as well. I had this one as well, and this one. Yep. Yeah, and it was one on my last test that I took. It was new. I don't see it up here yet, so they might not have put it up there, but this was there. That was definitely there, and this was there as well. Yeah. So this is pretty much what. And was this there the first time I took it? Yeah, this was up there too, because I remember seeing this right here. And so what I did was, in addition to having Mr. Mitchell create labs for me, I tried to commit this to memory because I knew when you first start the test, at least my test, these were the first questions that I saw. After I committed these to memory, I just blew through these right here and went on to the multiple choice. The one that I didn't see, I came back and tried to figure that one out after I had gotten all my other questions done. I was fairly certain that they were correct. But yeah, this is, now you can go to exam topics. They have this up here. You just have to search for the same CompTIA test that you're registering for, and you can use it as supplemental study like I did, and it works out. So yeah.
Can you put that link in the chat?
Sir? Oh, okay. Yes, sir. They might have to create a username and password.
Can you just share that what you got right here? This like it's a PDF. What you got here to with us stuff like that in the classroom.
Might be able to download it.
You can download it as a PDF. Probably.
Okay. All right. I'll get on that.
It says download free.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay. Yeah, I'll work on that and then put a link in the class.
Okay, awesome.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
No problem.
It's good feedback.
I do have a question for Dr. McBride. Once we're finished and we do pass certification, do you guys help with the employment process, or do you give any networking or job leads or anything of that nature?
Yes, we can. In fact, Mr. Mitchell has been giving us some job leads in some of the classes already. But on the 24th, which is our last day, we're going to give you some additional, tidbits or tips on resume writing, making sure you have that resume that sparkles. And then, yes, we can give you some additional job leads.
Okay, thank you.
As well. Have you used? Go ahead, Ms. Mitchell.
I wanted to it's just on my heart to show this, and I think we need to be up on this type of technology. I'm gonna share my screen. I don't know if you guys heard of Chat GPT. Hey, give me a thumbs up if y'all heard of that, or did I already speak to y'all about that? All right, so
I
Chris,
do.
I know we chatted about it. Okay. Chat is AI, artificial intelligence, right? And it's a good way of for right now, I think it's a good way of expanding your knowledge without using Google and then trying to search through all the search findings. So I've been using it for a number of things, right? And for you guys that are having issues with a certain topic, you can come to chat and throw that question in there and have them give you questions back, right? So if I wanted to say, this is Chat GPT. So I'll go in and I say, give me 10 questions on firewall tools for the CompTIA Plus. It will give me 10 different questions that I can help get more practice on, instead of trying to find another exam somewhere on the forums. And the wonderful thing that I like about this type of AI is that you can answer those questions, and then you could say in the chat, give me the answers. And then it'll give you the answers to those same questions. Now, to the point of job leads and writing things on LinkedIn, when it comes to preparing yourself for writing things that'll catch people's eye, I use Chat GPT as well. You can always go in there and give Chat, like matter of fact, it's right here. I used this as a previous chat that I had with the AI, and I gave it my resume and told it to write a pretty much the introductory of who I am. And it wrote it, and the only thing you have to do is just read it out to see if it fits to what you want to actually say. The wonderful thing about this AI is that it's not copyrighted, well, for the most part, right? But it still needs a brain to try to guide it in different directions. So I would say use this type of technology to help you study for, and then once you're ready to start putting in these resumes, if you want to rewrite something on your resume, plug it in the Chat GPT, tell it to rewrite it and say it more professional. And it can do those type of things. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm gonna go down to right. So I'm gonna take my time on founders, and I'm gonna take this all my bullet points that I have here for founders, and then I'll take it over to chat. So we'll do it in the chat and plug it in, and then I'll say -- rewrite paragraph. Think about it for a second. And then it's able to put everything there in a nice formatted way, right? Now, Dr. McBride, I give you a heads up that this could be something bad for teaching wise in the future. But I think that in our case, to using this type of technology, I think it'll be great. So
Yes.
just know that you got stuff like this on at your fingertips.
Mhm.
And this is
Right. Yes, it's a good tool to use. Absolutely. Yes.
One quick question, well, two quick questions. Well, no, one statement and one question. First thing is the question. All right, so if I take my resume and then copy and paste it in there, and then do I type in who is Chris Harmon, and it'll spit out a summary of who I am based upon my resume?
based off of the information that you give it will then turn it in. It's basically your own writer, right? Think of this. To me, this is what Siri was supposed to be, but she wasn't as robust as chat. So if you ever watched the Avengers or that Marvel movie, right, where Tony Stark had Jarvis, I think, the AI before it turned into whatever the dude was. But anyway, it was an AI that knew everything, but it was based off of the information and the data that was already applied to it. So I would warn you not to put any personal things in there, such as bank account numbers, password, things like that, right? We want to avoid that. But if we want to rewrite something or to create really anything, this type of technology is at our fingertips. And it's, so and sometimes it's from what I've been seeing people do with it, it's been kind of astonishing.
Okay, all right, I'm playing around with it. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, one more thing. So I tried to do the free download for exam topics. You cannot download CompTIA's Security Plus exam. I done went through it a couple of times already.
So Chris, could you do some screenshots of it and put it
Yes, ma'am.
into a Word document?
Yes, ma'am. I can do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
we appreciate that. And then you can post it in the Google Classroom for us.
Yes, ma'am. Do you want the performance-based questions or any particular questions at all?
The performance-based, I think, is, or whatever information you can get for us, that's good. Whatever tool. We'll use this as a supplemental tool.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the last course, I think, Mr. Mitchell, you also had a handout in our other classroom. So I'm gonna go and grab it and see if we can bring it into this classroom. Do you
Okay.
recall?
Yeah,
You had that
once
handout?
once I find another, I want to find a free
Mhm.
software that I can build those type of questions.
Mhm.
This last one was too expensive, and
Yeah.
so I just need to find a new one. That matter of fact, I'm about to use chat to see where can I find me a new open source learning
Yes.
management system. So
Right.
I'll have one by this week.
Okay. All right. So how many of you signed up for the CompTIA exam? How many of you were able to do that?
I started it, but we started with the performance-based questions, so I didn't want to miss that.
Okay, gotcha,
So
gotcha.
I'm at the last step. I just need to put in the voucher.
Okay, great. Okay. We want to make sure those vouchers are working. If you have an issue, reach out to us and we'll see if we can correct it. All right. So the goal is to try to schedule the exam today. And then if you don't mind, if you guys could just share that information with us once you have done it, once you've scheduled, so we can kind of like know where we are. I do want to report back to Wiley Kennedy Foundation to let them know that we have everyone scheduled for an exam, and then hopefully on the 24th, we'll have some victory marches. How about that?
Yes.
Yes, that's the plan. Okay. All right. So with that being said, as I said, we've posted some exams. The final exam is posted, and I'd love for us to take that exam today, and we can take it offline if you like. Would you like to stay online to take it, or would you like to go offline with it?
I would prefer offline. This is Miss Mary, but I'm not finished one test either, so I'm backtracking a little bit.
Okay. Penny, you were going to say something?
I was going to say offline, and I also was going to ask, can we go through more examples of the performance-based testing instead?
Instead of the final exam?
Yes, like take the final exam offline and do the performance-based.
All right. Okay. Mr. Mitchell, you want to go to your chat GPT and ask for some performance?
Let's try it out.
Okay.
Waiting on it to finish. While it's trying to think of this, your organization has recently experienced a security incident involving a compromised server. As part of the network. Give me 1 second. And as you can see, it started to do a whole different one, right? So this is, it constantly keeps you on your toes. You've been hired as a security analyst for a large e-commerce company. Your task is to analyze the security posture for the company's web application. During your assessment, You discover that you discover a vulnerability that allows the attacker to execute an arbitrary code on the web server by injecting malicious commands. Your objective is to mitigate this vulnerability. Perform the following tasks to secure the web application. Identify the vulnerability and its impact. Implement a suitable mitigation technique to prevent the execution of the arbitrary code. Test the mitigation to ensure their effectiveness. Please describe your step-by-step approach to securing the web application and provide a detailed explanation for each task. All right, anybody want to, so let's make it into a form, right? Let's talk about it. Everybody understand what an e-commerce company is? Yeah? No? E-commerce? All right, so we pretty much selling something online. Give me 1 second. And this person, the vulnerability from the attacker is being able to execute an arbitrary code. So some type of code, they're able to get onto our web server and then execute code on our machine. So how do we identify that vulnerability, and then how do we determine the impact? Anybody can give me an answer on that. So, okay.
Would you
let's
run
think
something
about,
like, I'm sorry, would you run something like Wireshark or Qualys or something to see the vulnerability, or no?
not just yet, but you can use that to solidify your thoughts on it. You're talking about, at this point, they say that you discover a vulnerability that allows an attacker to execute. So at this point, you are on the right track. We need to run a vulnerability scan on that machine. So we'll use a scanner such as Rapid7, or in this class we talked about Qualys, or we talked about, you remember when we did the hostedscan.com? Those type of machines will let us know that a vulnerability exists on that web server. So now we would see that, okay, it's using what port in order for someone to get remote access to that web server. Can we put in the chat what port is going to allow remote access to that web server? Matter of fact, I'll give you the name. The port name is RDP. What port number will give someone access to that web server? Correct. NOAA put port number 3389 is going to allow remote access in, right? And we're talking about it just kind of broadly. It could be more ports that they actually use to get into there, but we're going to say, for right now, for this scenario, we're going to say somebody got in and they're able to have access to execute commands. And so now, since they have the permission to execute a command, how do we, well, before we get to that, we understand that the vulnerability is from doing a vulnerability scan using hostedscan.com, Qualys.com, Qualys or Rapid7. And now what's the impact? Well, if they're going to put an arbitrary code onto that e-commerce site, then that's going to take down our whole site, right? It has the possibility of it. So now you'll look at the impact as being greatly or very high, right? Because if they take down the site and we don't have another site to, transfer our data to, that's pretty much going to be our business. Now the business has stopped until we're able to gain control of that web server again. That's why it's so important to understand e-commerce versus a brick and mortar, or a brick and mortar having a e-commerce site along with it. So now, since I do everything on my e-commerce site, my whole business is on that website, I can't afford for somebody to come and put arbitrary code on there and then now hold my site hostage. So that's the vulnerability and that's the impact. So implement a suitable mitigation technique that will prevent the execution of arbitrary code. How would we do that? So we already know that they can get connected to us via RDP. And we want to implement two things in there because we want to use RDP, but we want people who have the permissions to use RDP use it, okay? So how do we implement a protection for that? How do we implement a protection for their account too? Because this person is able to get onto our web server and then execute. In order to do that, you need an account and then you need permissions on that account to execute a command. So how do we put controls in for that? Any ideas? So for the RDP, we're going to implement, if we can, if we have the budget, we probably want to implement some type of VPN access, right? So we want to use RDP, but then we want to make it secure. So we're going to make sure that only people with our VPN access use that type of access to get to our web server. But on top of that, we want to make sure that we make all of our accounts permission-based or job-based permission-wise, as far as everybody doesn't have, we make sure we implement that separation of duties, and we don't give them more permissions than what they actually need to perform their job. Because this person is able to get there, and now they're able to execute with, let's for right now say is any account. Okay, so we don't want that to happen. So we need to implement those two things. And then for the third one, it says test the mitigation to make sure it's effective. And that's where you're coming into training, security awareness training, and then you need to actually do some type of kind of like a word I'm looking for is disaster recovery training. So you're testing out, once you make those changes, in the real world, we're going to put in a change request, and then we're going to actually make those changes and test them out before we actually say that the change request is closed. So testing out those mitigations should be able to work before we actually close that request, but we probably want to also run another vulnerability scan to make sure that it doesn't see that port open for that outsider to actually remote in. So that's how we would want to go through this scenario. And the thing about this is that this particular scenario, you will get this in a multiple choice question a lot of times, but they want you to read through the scenario and then think through it. And the thing about practicing the test is that we need to do this within a minute. So the 10 minutes that we took to go through it, we probably need to do that a little bit quicker. Let me see if I can get a better example of diagrams. Give me 1 second here. Any questions on that scenario though? Give me 1 second. On screen again. All right, so some of these are, all of these are actually old, but for the ones who haven't seen these, this will be kind of a question of a performance-based question because they're giving you a diagram to look at and then asking you to decipher. So can anybody tell me the answer to this question? So Carla has found this page on the website. What attacker is most likely to wage this attack? Right, Maria, you put script kiddie. Why do you think it's a script kiddie? Because if we look at the, right, okay. If we look at how it's written though, and the message of it, you've been hacked by the Arab attack, right? Syria forever. This is more likely going to be government driven, right? Some type of organized crime driven. This is more of so a hacktivist will be more of the correct answer, if I'm not mistaken. APT is an advanced persistent threat. They're probably not going to deface a website. Script kiddie is going to be more of your novice. They got they got some type of virus off the internet, and now they just double clicking, and whatever the virus does, they just kind of let it run. They don't really understand how to go in and deface a web server. And then organized crime will be more of the, it's not necessarily going into that direction of defacing a web server. It's more of big crime that's actually being done of, robbing a bank or being able to take the hostage of Congress or whatever, what have you. So it's kind of out of this league. So it will be more on the lines of a hacker. But I can understand how you look at a script kiddie and say, okay, given the way the way it looks, it doesn't look like it's very sophisticated at all. It looks very, newbie-ish. And but it would be on the lines of a hacktivist. Someone working for a government state, doing something for a country state. It'll be along those lines. Give me 1 second. Let me unshare the screen and go to another one. Any questions on that? You got this one right here. Ben is reviewing configuration management documentation for his organization and finds the following diagram in his company document repository. what key information is missing from the diagram that a security professional will need to build the firewall rules in the diagram, all right? So we got multiple choice here: subnet mask, service name, protocol traffic use, or the API key. What is missing from the information that we would need in order to put in a firewall rule? So let's do a process of elimination. Let's say we're gonna not go with the API key, right? And then we don't really need the service name, so that'll leave us with A and C. The subnet mask and then the protocol traffic use. Sorry about that. Now, the subnet mask is actually there. It's just /24. Okay. But the protocol that we need, we don't know what we're doing. Or do we? Hold on, let me think about it. The client, this client, that 1024, that's subnet mask. They're going to use port 139 and point 445. We need that to go to this server. Do I need the subnet mask? I don't need the subnet mask. Do I? Let's do this. Waiting for my firewall to pull up. And let's do exactly what they say. So we want a client, me being the client, we want to go outside of the firewall. So we're going to do an outbound rule. So this is outbound, and we're going to do a rule. Right. Yeah. And we're going to do port. Right. And port 139 and port 445. That's what we're messing with. The protocol, yeah. Let's see. The protocol the traffic uses. But then again, that's what the ports are. I'm sorry if I'm confusing y'all. We're gonna allow that connection, and then that's.
You're not, I'm already confused.
I'm sorry.
I thought I had it
I'm
together,
trying to
but
think through
then
it.
I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm trying to think through it myself. Then we give it the name, so going back. The subnet, we don't need the subnet mask. Service name, we don't necessarily need that because we have the port there. Protocol. I thought see where I'm getting confused at is the protocol could be interchangeable with the ports. But protocol, the ports could also be used by several different protocols.
Excuse me, Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Hey, I chose C because the way I interpreted that was the protocol that the traffic uses is what the firewall would filter. For example, the access control list, the type. And I don't see where I can tell that that is specific on this diagram. That's why I chose C.
Say the first part again, kind of going on.
Oh, sorry. The way I read the choice for C, the protocol that the traffic uses, if I'm understanding my thought process, the information that protocol represents would be the type of access control list that the firewall is there for, and I can't tell what that would be specifically in that diagram. That's why I chose C.
I agree with that. I'm thinking about it differently. I'm thinking that protocol the traffic uses is synonymous with the port numbers.
Right. And I did not correlate that thought process is the reason I chose C. I associated that with the access control list for firewalls.
So this is a perfect example of getting hung up on a question.
Yeah.
And I would do a process of elimination here, even though I know I got the answer somewhere. But reading this off top, I would do process of elimination. It's not the API because the API is not needed for a firewall rule. The service name, I guess it would be the service name. And now I'm throwing B back in here when I just said that it wasn't. And the reason why I would say service name is because we have to put a name here. We would do a poet, and then we would do our numbers. Next, allow, but then we need the name.
Mr. Lee.
Ma'am.
I have a question. Okay. So you were saying that the protocol name can sometimes be interchangeable with ports, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if that is the case in an example or a question that they're asking us, would they, like, how would we know if they're using it interchangeably? Like, is there a clue in the question? Would it specifically say in the question?
So yeah, ask me that one more time.
So you're saying that the confusion that we, the skeptic that we have now is that sometimes ports and protocols are used interchangeably. And if that's the case, when we read a question, how will we know, okay, in this particular question or this particular scenario that's been presented, they're used interchangeably, or in another question, they're not being used interchangeably? Like, how would we know?
I would say go over your well-known ports. And the reason why I say that they could be used for other ports is what I've seen it to where not well-known ports uses different applications. So iTunes and Microsoft Office may use the same port.
Okay.
But SSH is only going to use port 22. That's a well-known port. It's not going to be anything else other than DNS is known for 53. But once it's 65,000 ports. on a computer.
Mhm.
So for 10,000 may be used by a couple of people, a couple of different applications. So in my standpoint, I may be overshooting it. I may be overthinking the whole thing. And I think that I'm a bad example of giving y'all this, overthinking it, and then now that's causing y'all to overthink it. Let's start with this one. Go on. 'Cause I think I messed that up. Let me find another one.
Well, no, I want to know the answer to that one. So can you see the right answer?
I got the final answer. Hold on. Let me see if I got the answer here. Oh, where is that thing at? Okay, give me 1 second. These are my Kindle book. I'll share my screen just because I'm not I have anything going on. I'm waiting for my Kindle to load up so we can take a look at the answer. In the meantime, where's my Kindle? Kindle book. That was a Mike Chappell question. Mike Chappell is very good at creative questions. And maybe I should have just did it from here. Put up that old document. And I'll come back to some of those performance-based questions. This one. I'm sorry, y'all, for all the radio silence. Yeah, I have to get back on that one. I do not know where it's at.
Excuse me. Also, Dr. McBride, I did put that voucher in and I did schedule my testing. It did allow.
That's awesome, Mary. Great, great. I'll make note of that.
Okay.
What day are you scheduled?
June 17th, which is a Saturday.
Okay. June 17th, awesome.
Okay, I'll have to get back with you on that question. I have to find it, and then find the explanation for it. Let's go with this one. What type of attack is shown in the diagram below? So we have our web server again, and the person trying to use it, and then that person is sitting in the middle of the traffic, and they are able to intercept the traffic and then pass it on to the victim. Out of these three, which one would you guys say it would be? So, as you can see, that web server is, the attacker has a secure connection to it through HTTPS, but then when it gets to the attacker and it sends that off to the victim, it turns into an HTTP. Donna says that is domain hijacking. Going off of the answers that we have here, buffer overflow is going to be where we inputting an attacker is going to input something onto our server, and then is going to overload it and then cause it to have a memory leak. Directory traversal will be more of DNS attack, which could be, you could look at this as being kind of a DNS attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where, you're changing, the DNS is going to go, what port number is HTTPS? That's going to be port 443. But when it changes, when we're going to send that victim a rogue site and say, hey, we're going to send it to you in HTTP, which is port 80. And then we got domain jacking, which domain hijacking is going to be taking the name of something, and instead of the website, you're going to a website, you're going to a fake website that we set up, but it has the same name, right? Let's say if, I looked at your certificate, seen when the certificate on that website expired, and then I went and bought that domain name from under you, and now I own that domain name. I build a website that looks similar to yours, and I'm able to have people click on malicious links, given the fact that I got that new certificate now. So domain hijacking is good, but I probably would go with directorial transversal, just because I'm changing this from secure connection to unsecure. Any questions? See if I can get some more firewall rules. Okay. All right. Shannon is assisting her organization with a move to the cloud. They currently use a firewall segmenting the model shown below. What technology will best allow her to implement this model in the cloud? We have the internet, and then within the company, we have that firewall sitting on the edge, right? And then we have off to the left here, we have the vendors. We have our DMZ off here, so where people can, you have customers that can actually touch the DMZ and as well as people from the inside, but it always goes back through the firewall. It also has a cutoff to the databases as well as the development department, okay? So this is more likely gonna be a production department. So what would help her implement this model here in the cloud? Would it be a CASB, containers, security groups, or a VPC, which is a virtual private cloud network? I think that's what it is. Yeah. VPC, virtual private cloud. Any ideas on that? A CASB is going to sit on that end user's desktop, laptop, and watch any type of traffic that goes out to the cloud provider. It then flags it if it deems it to be sensitive. This is more of the lines of data loss prevention. Containers are more for apps, mobile applications. So what we have here is not application driven, more on the, let's say, these are different, I would say, storage bins that we need to actually establish, places that people need access to. Security groups is close, where we can make that separation by giving people permission from getting in or staying out. But it's not the best one. That virtual private cloud would allow us to stay away from all other cloud users, be able to migrate everybody, because going back into the first part of it, she's assisting the organization to move to the cloud, right? This is where security groups wouldn't really work. We want to move everybody to the cloud, and then we want to have this model here. And mainly this model is just showing separation of you can't get to a particular cloud instance unless you are allowed by the firewall to go there, right? Remember that firewall is that bouncer in the front of the club that's allowing people to go to certain things. So even if you are in the database, if we don't want traffic from our databases going out to the internet, or we don't want our vendors reaching over to our databases, this bouncer that's sitting in the middle is going to be able to check that list to see if you have access. So virtual private cloud would be our best answer here, and be able to apply everything that we want to do when it comes to this scenario. And I get it. You know, these types of questions, they could be kind of a downer if you don't get them right. But this is why the exam, having the certification holds weight to people who don't have the certification. If you're able to look at diagrams like this and decipher what's going on in a scenario and pick the best answer, then when you get in that real world scenario and they ask you to, what is your opinion on it? You're able to give that research question. You're able to research that topic and give them a real educated answer on these type of scenarios. So this is why they put these type of questions on the exam. Any questions?
And you say security group wouldn't be a most benefit for that scenario versus the VPC. I'm just thinking about that. So security in certain organizations, they use the security part to block, to work for certain IT departments. They're using the cloud sometimes. The cloud can be, you can hack the cloud sometimes, but I'm just asking a question. But I heard you say and stuff like about the VPC. But just wanted to make sure if that wasn't there, would security group be the most sufficient answer for that one?
Yes, if it wasn't there, it would be the next best thing to do, right? And they will give you a lot of questions like that, where they give you you can do process of elimination for at least 2 answers, and then the next 2 that you have to really kind of choose from is you're gonna have to say which one is the best for this scenario. In this scenario, we were moving to the cloud. Yes, we could set up cloud security groups in Azure, but say if we're not moving to Azure, say if we're moving everybody, let me share my screen again. Say if we're gonna move everybody to Dropbox, right? And Dropbox is just basically, we're gonna have, Dropbox is, no, I could say Dropbox. Let's say we have a place on our DMZ in Dropbox where people from the outside can go to our DMZ and pick up forms that they need. They need to fill out some forms. So instead of us going out to the firewall, through the firewall and emailing it to their personal email, we'll put it in the DMZ. You can pick it up here. We're working with vendors. You can go to our vendors point cloud and you can pick your forms up here. Development, same thing. Database, same thing. That security group is not offered with some cloud provider. But for the Azure group, when I showed y'all how to go into Azure, yes, we can set it up through Active Directory. But if I'm working for a small business, I may not need Active Directory, but I still want to move to the cloud. So in this scenario, we kind of just said, okay, since we're moving everybody to the cloud, the VPC can do what the security group does and more, provide more firewall features versus the security group adding the cloud features on the opposite hand. Does that make sense? Like the VPC can do what the security group does and what other features that the cloud may offer. But a security group, if that cloud provider doesn't offer it, it's not even really an option. So you have to really kind of just go with the VPC, the private cloud solution. Yeah. This is an example of what? Geofencing, geotagging, network location, or time-based login. As you can see, where if you did the process of elimination, you're probably gonna. I always go out of time-based network location. Either, I haven't seen anything that would say either of those answers would be right. I don't see any time, or I don't see any type of network location indicated. So geofencing, given the fact that it has a border here, I would imagine it's tracking every mobile device that's here in the proximity of the fence. Geotagging will be, let's say, it doesn't have a fence, right? But it's able to put an endpoint on that mobile device and then basically track it wherever it goes. So geofencing would definitely be the best answer here. And I'm going to stop there because I'm going to go back and make these into some actual questions that you guys can answer. And you won't look at my little asterisk here and tell what the answer is. So I'll go back and make these into some actual quizzes that we can take. I just need to find that software. I'm gonna turn it back over to you, Dr. McBride. But I think that other than the firewall question, those are the type of questions that you're gonna probably see when it comes to performance-based.
Okay, great.
Oh, also, those questions that Chris showed are definitely going to be, like he said, some actually are on the test.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you so much. Hopefully that was very helpful. And as Mr. Mitchell says, he'll create a test for us so you can go in and practice. Also, thank you so much, Christopher, for posting a video. Chris has a little video of the information he shared earlier. So hopefully you guys will go into the classroom and take full advantage of the tools that are there for you. Okay, so, expect a little bit more practice on performance-based questions. And by all means, utilize the tools that are there for you, and hopefully you'll be able to max out on it. Okay. Do you have any questions? Any additional questions for us? Okay, any additional questions? Okay, so let's finish strong. Those of you who need to complete some missing assignments, you may want to go ahead and do so. And as soon as possible, so that you can at least, have a good performance display. All right, so I think you guys said you would want to do the final exam offline. So let's go ahead and plan on doing the final exam. Please do not use any resources. We ask you not to use any resources. Let's see where you are, and if we need to perhaps do a retake, we will consider doing a retake, but not in this particular, on that particular platform, okay? So try not to use any resources, and best wishes on it, okay? All right. So with that being said, if we have no other questions, we're going to let you use the rest of this time, as you suggested, to do offline for the final exam. All right. And we'll see you again on what day? June 10th. And we'll be back with you with some more performance practice. And then we'll also incorporate the performance practice into an exam that we'll have you kind of like sit for on the 10th as well. So it's going to be like 90 questions, and we'll incorporate those performance questions in there as well. Okay. All right.
Dr. McBride, Mr. Mitchell, I just want to say that exam topics, the last time it was updated was May 23rd of this year, I believe it was. So
Okay.
yeah, so it's fairly accurate. And they constantly update it. So the performance-based questions should still be on the test. I guess it just depends on which test version you get.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how many performance questions did you say you had, Chris?
I had 6.
You had 6. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. All of mine were at the beginning of the test.
And each time you took it, there were 6.
Yes, ma'am. They just changed up one. The last time I took it and passed, they just changed up just the one, but the other questions were all the same. All performance-based questions were the same -1.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. Well, good. I like what you said, that you practice and you learn the material. And so when you went for the test, that you were able to perform well on it.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay, great. So your results indicated that you did well on all the performance questions?
Yes, ma'am. I got all of them, maybe the last one, because that was new to me. They didn't have that on the previous test, but the other ones that I showed you all, I got all those correct.
Awesome.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Okay. And thanks for giving us that feedback.
You're welcome.
All right, guys, we can do this. Can we do this? Give a shout out in the chat. Say we got this, right? Any shout outs? We got this? Okay.
I think
Faith comes by what, Noah? Hearing? Okay.
That is true. Faith comes by hearing.
All right. And we're going to give you this word.
We're going to give you this word from the Lord.
That we can do all
That
things.
we can do all things.
Through Christ, who strengthens us. Okay? All right. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and conclude. We'll continue putting some good information in the classroom for us so that we can practice. They say that's how we get to Carnegie Hall, right? Okay. Mary, you want to say something?
I'm good. We can do this. I'm good.
Okay, yes. All right. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for all your assistance and help and instructions. And I think we can learn something new every day, can't we? All right. Yes.
I'll make sure I have those. I might try to have some performance-based questions up this week, but I have them for our next class, so we can go over that and we can get a good practice in.
Awesome. So I think I have a graduation on the 10th in Raleigh. So I may be en route to my destination, if not already there. But I plan to be here, okay? All right. Okay. Have a wonderful final exam. And so I'm excited about where you are and how you've performed. I think many of you have been very consistent in attending class and doing what you're supposed to do. So that's a wonderful thing. All right, so reach out to me if there's a personal note. I am reachable. Okay. All right, have a great day.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Okay, thank you, Shalonda. You too.
So skip these questions. Always go to the finish the multiple choice questions, just because they're easier to go ahead and read those scenarios, and then they give you 4 choices. The thing about the performance-based questions is that they may give you a diagram such as this right here, and it causes you to figure out what we're looking at, right? What is this image? What does that image mean? And hopefully I can go through some of these images with you, so you can, it won't throw you for a loop in the real exam. So let's go ahead and let's start off with the first question. The security administrator has been tasked with implementing controls to meet the management goals. Drag and drop the appropriate control to use to accomplish the account management goal. So you're going to get a lot of these when it comes to practice questions, a lot of drag and drop matching type of questions. And it's on you to understand what they're asking on one side, and then the definition of it, or the characteristics of what they're asking on the other side. So easily differentiate between mobile devices and servers in a report. We can use that as, well, what I like to do is go through with what I know for sure, and then what I don't know, I'll go ahead and take the best question or take the best answer for it. So if I read through it, enforce passwords, complex requirements, determine if a device is used by a terminated employee on our return, identify which employees have access to sensitive file shares. So what they're asking is that with these definitions, which one of these controls fit those descriptions? I would say we want a group policy to be an overall covering of standards and what we want to happen in a security environment. Permissions and auditing review, that next one right here. That's more on having a directive. We're kind of drilling down into what we want our users to have and to do. Or when we're talking about auditing, remember, we're talking about checking our systems, checking our settings, and making sure that they are in line with legislation and regulations to make sure that we have the proper security controls configuration in-house. Usage of auditing and review. Again, that's kind of like making sure that we are doing what we're supposed to do, and making sure that everyone is actually using it. And then a standard naming convention. So when we're talking about, let's say, creating username and passwords, do we have a standard on if we're going to use the first initial with the last name, or if we're going to use a full first name and a full last name? What is the standard that we want to use? So have you guys actually tackled that first one? Thumbs up in the chat if you have. Anybody want to explain it? Determine if a device is used by a terminated employee is returned. So if we're gonna determine if a device by a terminated employee has been returned, you want to put that in there. I would we want to put that in a policy, and making sure that it's actually being carried out. I probably want to put usage for auditing. Unknown, enforcing the transfer complexity requirements. I'm probably going to put enforcing it. That's going to be a group policy. But that's going to be done in AD. We create a group policy and then we push it out to everybody else. So I know that for sure, right? Determine if a device is used by a terminated employee on return. So this is going to be more on the side of usage. Easily tell the difference between a mobile device and servers and reports. That'll be easily, to me, easily a standard naming convention, because when you're naming different types of devices in an environment, we want to be able to tell the difference. We don't want to put device 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We want to be able to say server _1 through 100, right? And then if we have 100 iPhones, we want to be able to say iOS 1 through 100. And that way, from a high level view, you can see that, okay, one is a server and the other is a mobile device. So we're going to do a standard naming convention and then identify which employees have access to sensitive files shares. And so that'll be more permissions. So who has access is going to be along the lines of permissions. I can't drop that there. So any questions on that? I know I kind of dragged through that. Moving on, we got a website depicted here, and basically is giving some shade to Hillary, and from, I'm paraphrasing here, from the looks of it, it looks like it's a legit website, right? So if we click on it, we see that it has a .com, and that's what I mean by a legit website. But it, as you can see, the misspelling here with Clinton, and then it's pretty much a defacement of a website. And going into our questions or the options that it gives us, we can go ahead and say that it's not 3 of those, and this is why. Session hijacking is where a hacker will take over your session with that website. And so it's a legit site, but you have already logged into it, but someone has taken over your session while being logged into that website. So it's not that. Clickjacking is more of, it's an attack where I'm asking you to click on multiple screens, multiple objects, right? So it's not asking me to do anything. I'm looking at the screen and I see a website that's not normally there, and plus it's taking a political view, right? Typo squatting is being able to kind of like having a keylogger, being able to watch someone type in a password and be able to steal that credentials. But more so when it comes to typo squatting, I'm betting on you mistyping a word. So if it was just the Hillary Clinton.com, then that's a version of typo squatting, right? I'm going to bet that somebody's going to miss that T and mistype that G, right? And while they do that, then that sends them to my site where I can add steal credentials or what have you. But this is more on the lines of the website displacement, given all the facts that I've said before, right? Now, we didn't go over this in none of the lectures, But physical security, I have seen this on more practice questions versus real live questions. And that's more on the type of lock that you have in the environment. In the real world, they're not going to ask you if you know what type of lock this is, or they're not going to ask you what type of locks that we should get on the building. More than likely, that's probably going to be whatever building property manager. That's going to be their responsibility. But as a security manager, you're probably going to need to have a high level knowledge of it. So here, this is a normal lock and key, right? But the things about the key grooves inside of that lock, that's what separates this from the other locks here in the four selections. So a biometric, right? We all know that biometric means some type of fingerprint, eye scan, face recognition, voice recognition, something doing with the body. This is obviously not the selection. Jumping down to a smart card. Remember, a smart card is having that ID with the chip on it. So it's obviously not that. And a cipher lock. Let me show you what a cipher lock looks like. We used to have these in the Army, and they come with codes, kind of like a 4-digit code that you can have. And I just wanted to highlight. And you would remember these patterns. The problem with these is that sometimes these buttons can get jammed, and then you can't really press in your code. And if you can't press in that code, then you're not able to get in. So, so that's a cipher lock. So obviously that leaves us with a preset lock. Now, we didn't go over this in class, but a preset lock means the key is cut to a groove, and that key is preset to the settings within the lock. So whenever we slide that key in, it fits in perfectly with those grooves, allowing the key to turn and unlock the lock. So a preset lock is the correct answer here. Any questions on that? And while I'm going through this, let me ask a question, just a thumbs up. Are y'all still able to move the answers around, interact with these questions? Just one thumbs up in the chat. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm proud of this one because I came up with this one on my own, and I'm pretty proud of it. So, which security control is needed for a secure connection, and where should it go, right? So you have two spots, and I picked a bad background for it, so it's kind of grayed out. But you have two spots here that you need to drag and drop these draggable items into. So a couple of things here. When we see the obvious brick wall with the fire around it, it may come in different shapes, right? This is obviously a firewall. Now, this down here, this object is normally associated with the database. So we're going to be talking about where we're storing data at. So this is some type of server that's being used for whatever services that a company may have. In this case, this office, which they have servers here, right? They have a database within the office. So I wanted to predict, show that this database was located in the office, but this database is located outside of the firewall, or off on a different VLAN, and off in a DMZ section. So what that means is that a person from the outside of the firewall, right, outside of the cloud here, or in the internet, can be able to reach this database but they cannot reach the office, okay? So this is kind of like a no man's land, but it's owned by the office, and they're able to put information out there for a public customer to go get. So you want to think about, when you're talking about DMVs, we're probably going to put, you know, if you needed to download a PDF from the bank to fill out a banking form, let's say you want to open up a new banking account, and they need you to actually fill out an application and then sign it physically, they're going to put that in a DMV, so you're able to get to that secure documentation, but you're not able to go into their network, okay? So they're separated by this firewall, but they're able to go into the DMV and put whatever data that they need there, okay? So all in all, you got my man over here. He's in a hotel. He's a traveling client, or a traveling coworker working for the office, and he's somewhere traveling, and he's staying in a hotel, and he wants to get connected to the internet in order to get back to the office. Okay, so what should we use, or what should he use as a security control in order to connect securely over the public network in order to connect to the office? What's the answer here? I know that somebody had to already drag and dropped and seen what the right answers were. And can anybody explain why it's the right answer? Anybody? Nobody? So if I say, okay, Chris, do you mind telling me why it's a VPN?
He wants to log in and not expose his personal information, so signing into a virtual private network would allow that to happen. And he don't know if he's at a hotel, if the login is actually secure or not. Sometimes, I guess, when you go sit at a hotel or you check in a hotel, they give you some sign-in information. You have to put in either the last for the room number, or they give you a CAPTCHA that you have to click in order to get in. You don't know if that particular hotel given those credentials. So it's probably best to sign in with a virtual private network to prevent any lost data or snooping on the network.
Correct. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, like Chris said, the VPN is going to create that secure tunnel from his laptop back to the office. And then now that secure tunnel is encrypted. So Maria, you said, what is the fourth object? And that's my fault. I should have put a description down here, like I did for WAF and proxy. It's a antivirus. Antivirus is normally going to be shown with a picture of a shield, some type of shield. And so I should have put that there, but I'm sorry about that. And it's also kind of showing that it's going out to endpoints here with these little dots. But this is a antivirus. A WAF is a web application firewall, and then a proxy server is a server that redirects traffic based off of the policies that you place into it. So we already got our VPN here, right? So we have a secure connection to it, but where do we want to put here in the second spot for the DMZ? Do we want to put a proxy server there to redirect traffic? Or do we want to put a web application firewall there? Or do we want to put antivirus on it? Thing about a DMZ is that you break a DMZ down to the bare bones. It only has the capabilities to let someone connect to it, do one or two functions, and then disconnect. We don't really want someone to have a full capability to do different types of services to our DMZ, because even though we have it blocked or away from our internal network through the firewall, we still have to make a connection to it. And that is still front facing, as we say, and someone can still put harmful malware on that server. So we want to make sure that we put an antivirus here in order to check for any kind of viruses, any type of malware that someone may have put on there. But for the most part, we don't want to put anything else. We don't really need to use these other two, just because we don't need to redirect traffic anywhere with the proxy. We could, but I think it's overkill. So a lot of times, these security exams may give you a answer that could work, but it's not the best answer, right? And it's kind of like you'll start to overthink things. And this is where people will put in the proxy. A web application firewall is really only good for an application. Now, you may say, Lee, well, you might have an application sitting out there on the DMZ where you want to laugh out there. And I would say, yeah, that could work. But remember, we want to break this down to the minimum, where we don't want to have so many services running on that DMZ product to where it can be compromised because we forgot to update it or keep up with it. So this is why I wouldn't pick these two. But I would put an antivirus out there because it's minimal. It's only gonna, pull definitions from the internal network, or it should, and it's not going to, really need any type of internet access like that. Okay? So these are the two answers for this question. Any questions before we move on? I'm sorry about that. I'll go ahead and what I'll do is I'll update that and make sure I put antivirus here in this box. Okay, moving on. So place the proper security controls to the devices shown below. Now this is, to me, you have to really kind of know what you're looking for when it comes to each one of these devices. Again, going back to our Apple phones or iPhones versus servers, remember these disks here are representative of servers or databases, right? So when it comes to having these types of images here, what things do we want to have in place for it? So on our last one, we just said that, we wanted to put antivirus there. So we're going to go ahead and drag that over. I'm going to leave HVAC alone, and let's go up to remote wipe. So remote wipe, we're always going to probably have that to be in a mobile device area where we're giving our clients mobile devices, but if they decide to leave the company or they get fired for whatever reason, we're able to remote wipe that phone regardless of where they're at that point in time. And that way we can keep our data secure for the most part, okay? So we always want to keep remote wipe over there. Now, you may say, can you put antivirus on a mobile device? And yes, you can, but don't overthink it, right? It's not a common thing to put antivirus on your mobile device. It's more, your mobile device is more built off of other security controls versus having a application up there running scan at a certain time. So that's why I would say don't overthink it. Biometrics, and this is where you can overthink this too, right? We can have biometrics on our servers, on our workstations, desktops, right? You know, we can do a fingerprint scan. You could have a little fingerprint swipe on your laptop to let you in. But it's not common, right? We're more likely going to associate that with a mobile device. Proximity badges. There's really no reason why we should have a proximity badge associated with a mobile device. So that will go over to the data center here, or the servers. Given the fact that, you know, whenever you're going into a data center, you're going to probably need that proximity badge in order to get into that building to get near those servers, right? Cable locks. Cable locks, of course, you don't want to lock your mobile device down. That defeats the purpose. So that would obviously go over here to the server side, the data center side. Strong passwords. Now, strong passwords, you want to have that in your mobile devices, right? You want to have that. But it kind of is redundant to have strong passwords and a biometric. So you're probably going to need that here with your server side over here. Okay? Now we got 3 more. We got man trap, device encryption, and then HVAC. So I'm gonna start with device encryption. While we want device encryption on our network, it's not common to encrypt the hard drive on a server. We have other security controls in place for that, such as firewalls, security controls. There's account security controls. So we're putting different people in different groups. You don't have different permissions. You have different permissions for those servers. So we don't have to necessarily worry about locking down the whole hard drive. On the other hand, having device encryption on your phone would be better because it's constantly on the move, and if we can lock that down, then if someone were to get your phone while it's locked, right, it will be even tougher for them to unlock that phone and then see what's on the actual hard drive. Last 2. So man trap. Man trap, getting access to the data center. Remember, this is a place where you're going into kind of like a lobby, but you're stuck there and you can't really leave or go further unless someone gives you permission or you log in, you sign some piece of paper saying your state of business. So this will be on the data center side versus mobile devices. And HVAC, again, when we're talking about a data center or where servers are held at, HVAC is probably going to be the most important part to keeping them running on a physical side. While your phone can overheat, it's probably not going to be in that environment. You're not going to be in that environment too long for your phone to overheat. So this is how I would set that up and walk through that. Now, you see how slow I went through that question. You don't want to do that on the exam. Again, this is why I say leave it at the end. So whenever you're done with all 80 questions and you have 5 performance-based questions at the end, you can just go through and, really think through it, but not necessarily take all day doing this at the beginning of an exam. So moving on to ports. Remember I said about the ports, they're going to ask you something about the ports, whether it be in multiple choice questions or if it's matching like this, you're going to see ports. And I wouldn't just learn these ports here. I would try to learn more of the well-known ports. But more importantly, know the number as well as what they actually do. You got DNS, HTTP, RDP, SMNP, Telnet, FTP, LDAP, SFTP, SMTP, and then TFTP. Each one of these protocols, remember, protocols is the way computers actually function, the way they talk to each other. They receive commands from another computer and they say, hey, what do you want me to do? And I want you to, they may say, I want you to find out what is this IP address, what is the associated name? And that associated name is, the way it does that is by going through a DNS protocol and saying, hey, what's the matching domain name for this IP address? Or I want to transfer a Word document over to Cindy. How do I do that? Well, okay, we're going to use FTP in order to do that. I want to remote into a server using remote desktop. How do I do that? Let's use port 3389 for RDP. Okay. Now, I'm going to go through and I'm going to say these are the ones that I know for sure, right? I know port 53 is DNS, and I know for sure that 25 is SMTP. And I know port 80 is HTTP. And I think 23 is Telnet. And I don't know the rest. I don't think, hold on. I think that's FTP. And the only reason why I would say that is 20. I know 20 and 21 is probably the first number of ports that you're probably going to learn. And the number of FTP is just a file transfer protocol. And I know that they use two protocols. But I might get the rest of them wrong. Let's see. SMNP is, I think, port 22. And what this port does, or what this protocol does, is that when you're doing a vulnerability scan and you're scanning different ports, if it comes back with a type of naming convention, let's say if you're scanning the ports and it says that this person is using an HP printer as well as a Microsoft Office, Microsoft Windows 7 computer. That SMNP, that's going to be a simple management network protocol. So basically, it's going to give you the names of different services that that computer may have running on it. Chris, yes.
Yeah. 22 is secure shell, which is the SFTP protocol.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, I did put that in there. Hold on. Is it 389? And then give me 1 second. So SFTP is secure transfer protocol, which will make sense because it comes right after 21. That's what I would think. But of course, I didn't think that. I thought that secure management network protocol was in it. That's your trivial transfer, transfer. And I forgot what that is. Jesus Christ. Trivial file transfer protocol. I was almost right. What port was that? I'm cheating, y'all. And then that's obviously that LDAP is a AD function. This is how you get your this is how it reads the OUs and the usernames in the Active Directory. And I think that that's correct. So I apologize. Appreciate that, Chris, for correcting me on that.
No problem.
Protocol. So when we're talking about FTP, FTP is unsecure, meaning so if I got Wireshark and I see that you're using a FTP protocol, I can also pull that. I can also pull that that document down and be able to see that. Secure transfer, secure file transfer protocol will keep that encrypted, and therefore I wouldn't be able to see it via Wireshark. But this thing I got LDAP messed up. Let's see. Hey, this is proof that I don't know it all, right? And LDAP is 389. Try that again. Know that for sure. I know this for sure. I just talked about that. You said that's LDAP. And then 3. No, that's for sure. No, that's for sure. Bad thing about that is that you can't do that on the test. Yeah. I know I stumbled through that, but any questions on the ports? Moving on. So this diagram here shows the same thing, kind of similar to the other security control question we had, where this globe represents the web firewall again. Now this circle right here with the arrows. This circle with the arrows is going to be associated with a router, okay? And we all know what a router does. It takes the traffic and it points that traffic where it needs to go as far as whether it's internal or external. So in the scenario here, they've been looking at network logs and realized that traffic from internal traffic was going to an unknown IP address, and it's been going there for the past 2 years after investigation. So, what type of attacker would just sit inside of a network, does not launch any attack, and then just kind of collect logs? What type of hacker describes this description? Anybody want to take a guess at that? Ms. Brown, do you want to explain why you think it's an APT?
My initial thought was because APT is an advanced persistent threat, and it's been going on undetected for 2 years.
Correct. you know, going through the options that they give, we can go ahead and say I'm assuming everybody knows a script kiddie is just, you know, they find some type of attack online and then they click it and then that's it. They're very new to how hacking works, how penetration testing works. So they're not going to be someone that can just sit inside of a network and not be discovered. A white hat is someone who is morally, they may find problems in your network, in your processes, but they're not going to take advantage of those. And they're morally going to tell the security team or the IT team that they should fix whatever problem that they have found out. A gray hat is, well, let me go to the opposite, right? So you have a white hat, but then you have a black hat. A black hat is just going to be a straight out hacker. They do things for malicious intent, or it may be money driven, whatever their motivation may be, this is why they do it. A gray hat now is kind of in that middle. If they deem it to be worthy, they may lean one way or the other. They may say, hey, this is not worth my time. Y'all go ahead and fix this. They lean more of the white hat side. But they may see something that may be worth their time, and it may persuade them to go ahead and take advantage of it. That leans more on the black hat side. So they kind of have that back and forth, straddling the fence type of attitude. So it's not done that as well. Now, to your point, APT is going to be advanced enough to sit through the controls that we have in place and be able to be undetectable for long periods of time. I think the most I ever heard of someone sitting in a network being undetected is 7 years. And you may say, why are they sitting there for 7 years or 2 years in this scenario? Is that they may be working for someone else and they're just gathering information and passing that information along. When you think about holding business and your competitors, what would your competitors give to understand what you're doing on a day-to-day basis? To give an example of that is that if we own Coca-Cola, what would Pepsi give to understand what Coca-Cola is doing? So, you know, being able to, if Pepsi was to put someone into our network and just say, hey, pass their information along to us, let us study it, then we can stay up to par with them in the real live market. So this is where APT is come into place. Another little nugget that you could see on the exam is that when you look at this this little mask right here, they had a movie called, I think it's Zell Hansen or something like that. But basically, this little mask is kind of like the logo for APTs or hackers that are very advanced nation state type hackers where you know, they don't do any type of small type of hack. These are on government level type of hackers here. So whenever you see that mask, just know that they're going to be asking you more of an advanced type of attacker. APT. Yeah, appreciate that, Ms. Brown. All right. Moving on, we got command prompt. Drop the proper command to achieve the IP address. So we look, this is a screenshot that I took. You see the IP address that I got here. You can also see the IPv6 address. So we see our subnet mask. How do we actually go into command prompt and type in a command? What is that what command will give us this result? Probably how I should have worded it. But we got ipconfig, ifconfig, clear DNS, and then clear. CLR is short for clear. And, you know, during the process of elimination, we can all say that clear is not it, right? So we can obviously say no to that. Clear DNS, it is a function. You can put that command into your command prompt, and it will do that. I wouldn't suggest that you do it because it's kind of like clearing out your cache or clearing out your memory on your website in your web browser, and then now your computer has to relearn all of the sites that you're normally going to, and so it could slow down the functions of your computer just a little bit in order for, well, when I say functions, meaning whenever you type in a new site, it's gonna go through the process of learning, taking that IP address and turning it into a domain name and storing it onto your computer. So clear DNS is not it. ifconfig is close, but it doesn't work on Windows computers. The thing about this command prompt is you can see Windows computers and then the version of the OS that I got here. So ifconfig works on Mac OS, Apple products, right? Linux products. And if you bring up a command prompt on a Linux machine and put in ifconfig, then yeah, you'll be able to get your IP address and your basic information there. But here on a Windows machine, we want to make sure that we put in ipconfig and be able to get our IP address. Any questions on that? All right, last question. And I did not put, I didn't put the antivirus on these shields now, but we went over that, so we know that these are antivirus. Matter of fact, okay, so I know where to put that at. The making. Okay, so I might have to redo this to show the boxes, but there's several boxes here in this topology. And to, let's rewind here. When you see things like this whole diagram, these are called topologies. And this is how IT puts down what we have in the network on paper. This is not what we're going to show users, or we're not going to show this to business owners or CEOs, anything like that. They don't really care about this. But when you're working in the IT field, to know how everything is kind of lined up, having it lined up like this is a great way to figure out what you have in the network and then what we need to actually put out, right? So again, the cloud means the internet, and I don't think I specified that on the ones previous, but whenever you see a cloud or a circle like this, it means the internet, okay? That's where everybody resides at, and then the beginning of the network begins somewhere at the firewall, should be, right? So that kind of tipped you off there. Now, these little boxes here with the little rectangle squares in them, these are routers. Switches, I'm sorry. Remember, our circles with the arrows are routers, but these are switches. You will kind of just see switches depicted like this. I don't really remember any other image that will go along with a switch. But routers are normally, a router could look like this, right? But in order for people not to get confused, we normally put those circles with the arrows here. Remember, we got the servers here, and then we got our obvious printer and a laptop. And this is the guy trying to get in, okay? So he's outside the network, right? He's connecting via the internet trying to get into our internal network. So where do we need to put security controls in order to protect the devices here in the network? So I'm going to put the antiviruses where they need to go. When it comes to antiviruses, we want to make sure that we put antiviruses on our endpoints. Wherever endpoints may be laptop, desktop, servers, that's pretty much it. So these are our endpoints, these are where they need to go. But then more importantly, where do and it's kind of obvious here now, but well, let me explain. We want to make sure that we have it on our laptop, right? So if anybody disconnects from the network internally and then goes out here with the bad guy, they're able to keep that antivirus with them outside of our network. Now, if they ever wanted to be outside the network and log back into the network, then we need to implement that VPN, right? Servers, they're not gonna obviously leave the network, but since they're internal to our network, then we want to make sure that they have antivirus on it, just in case users inside the network bring in some type of virus, or if we're working on something and we download something on our servers and it's affected, then we don't have to worry about getting antivirus to it. We can have it there and we can go ahead and do our scan. Now, these two firewalls here, obviously we want to put one at the beginning on what we call the edge of the network. Remember, in the beginning of the class, I always said that firewall is going to be your bouncer into the internal network. It's going to sit here at the edge, and it's going to watch the traffic come in. All right? Now, you may say, okay, well, why would the obvious choice for the other spot would be here? Having a firewall here separates the network. And what that means is that just in case hacker over here is able to get past this firewall, it's not able to get to this network here. Now, I'm just showing a printer and a laptop here, but let's say if we have some more servers that we want to connect up to the switch and have it over here. Well, that hacker is only subject to these three down here as well as this server over here. But let's say that these servers are not as important as the ones over here. So this segmentation in the network causes what we call a defense in depth. So where it's not just, you get past one firewall and now you have the keys to the kingdom. You get past one, okay, that's cool, but let's just say what you're looking for is not here. The crown jewels is not in none of these servers. You're probably, the information that you get out of these servers, you could probably get over the internet, right? But what we have more important and more sensitive, more with value, is probably going to be back here behind this second firewall, okay? And so now that just creates more of a hassle for that hacker to get in past this firewall, but then they have to get past another firewall that may be stricter, right? It may be more less rules on it or exceptions in order for them to get past that firewall. So we may have it locked down a lot more on that second firewall. So these are where those things need to go, and that's kind of an explanation on why we need antivirus there. And we hit submit, and we're good to go. Now, I do want to say something about this printer. So the printer is, as we've seen in the when we did the physical assessment at Wiley K, it can be hacked, but that's why we want to put that one behind the second firewall, because we can't really put any type of antivirus on it or any type of endpoint on a device like that. So we kind of want to put that behind something, just kind of putting more security controls in place to mitigate the risk factors that printer may have. Okay, and so that's why we want to keep things like that behind so many firewalls, or have other security controls in place to mitigate the factor of them being so underperforming when it comes to actually having security controls. Now, that's all I have for these questions. I am going through making some more, and you can keep this. I'm gonna put this link in the classroom, and so you can, whenever you want to practice, you should be able to come through and not reuse it. I don't know, gotta take that off. But you should be able to refresh it and be able to use this again. And I'm going to add more questions to it. So whenever y'all guys want to go in and just kind of practice using these performance-based questions, you can. And that's all I have. So if you see anything wrong with it, just let me know and I'll try to make a quick correction to it. Any questions? That's all I have.
Okay, that was awesome. Did you guys enjoy that experience?
Yes, we
Yes.
did.
Okay, great. And so we can look forward to some more of that. Mr. Mitchell said he'll put it in the classroom for us. All right, so we do want to, those of you who have not completed the final exam, we'd love for you to go ahead and complete the final exam and also the CompTIA. Now, I think the way I have been doing this is that there's been like a study guide. So you do the study guide first, and then you take the, then you take the final exam. Now, some of you have been doing it multiple times. So if you do the study guide first, then you should be okay for the final exam. And so we're hopeful that you will, if you've not completed the final exam, that you will complete the final exam. And for those of you who have completed the final exam, I have returned a score for you already. Okay, so with that being said, we'll also put out another maybe exam for you to work on. And as I said, practice, you can practice this as many times as you like. I will be looking at the scores as well. And but many of you have been doing quite well, and I want to, we're hopeful based upon the results that we're seeing that you will be successful. And hopefully no one has test anxieties. No? Okay, great. You do, Mary?
Yes, because I take my test Saturday coming, so I'm getting a little nervous now. So
getting a little nervous.
It'll be fine. Just getting a little nervous. It'll be fine. But I do know where I need to work on, what I need to work on. So it'll be fine.
Yes, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Thank you.
Just go in with confidence.
Yes, ma'am.
And I am a faith girl, and I believe that that we can do all things.
That's right.
With the strength of God. Yes, with the strength of God. Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, we will leave you to your Saturday then to continue practicing on the exams, tests. And what I'm going to try to do on Monday, I'm going to try to put out some more practice, just like you're sitting, going in and sitting and just practice on those. Try not to use.
First of all, how you doing, man?
I'm all right. Sinus is kicking my butt because of this weather right here, but otherwise I'm okay.
Yeah, this weather is kind of nasty today, all
Yeah.
day too.
Yep. Yeah. No. Cold front coming through, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's time for it. But you ready for the second semester?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I believe I am. I am. I'm trying to psych myself up. But
I mean, well, you got to get through the break first. So, I mean,
yes, sir.
take your time and get through the break, and then hit the second half pretty hard too.
Yes, sir.
I'm right there with you, man. So
Did
I'll
you
be taking my class.
did you take your CISSP?
Not yet. No, I held off. I'm gonna try to make it. I'm gonna try to finish this course in LinkedIn. Going through all these doggone domains, man. They got 8 domains, and it's a lot of it is Security Plus joint.
Yes, sir.
But some of it is you really got to know how the business is operating, and then think about it in a manager standpoint. So I'm writing those things down that I don't know and trying to create a little class off of it. So once I teach it, then I should be able to retain the information a lot better.
Yes, sir.
That's where I'm at. But in between that, I'm going to class myself and got spring classes to come up with. So writing this dissertation is no joke. And yeah, so
you about to get your doctorates?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get that joint knocked out. It says a 3-year program. It's the same one Dr. McBride did. Well, same school, but I'm gonna try to get it knocked out.
Cause
that's on his VA money.
My best friend, she said she been procrastinating, but she getting her doctorate. She at the University of Tennessee, and I think this is the last year that they'll pay for it. So she trying to get it done, so she won't have to come out of pocket.
Yeah. Cause I got till 2027 to use up all my GI bills before they take it away, because I can't give it to my son because he won't turn 18 by that time. So I need to go ahead and use it, and my wife don't want to get no more education. So that made it sound bad, but she doesn't want to go back to school.
Yeah, I can understand that, because it gets tedious at times.
Yeah,
having to do all that work and try to not live life. That's the wrong word. Try to take care of adult responsibilities and everything else, and you got tons of homework piling up on you, trying tests coming up. Yeah, I get it.
It's tough, but
yes,
since we're not going to do, it seemed like we're not going to do the Wiley K Foundation class this year.
Okay.
So Dr. McBride said she hasn't heard anything from him, and so I do want to still teach something.
Yes, sir.
And I came up with the idea of just taking the tools that me and you've been kind of throwing back and forth, and then making classes on those tools. And I just want you to join me in a Zoom call for each class, and you ask me any questions that you want to ask me when it comes to these type of tools.
Yes,
and then how do we actually use them in a real life situation? So just to kind of, and what I hope to do is to record them like we're doing it right now, and edit those videos, take out the things that we want to take out. You know what I'm saying? If you're not feeling comfortable with something that you said, I could take that out of the video. But then I got this media playback device that I can go live on social media and replay the edited version for everybody else, whoever wants to see that, and hopefully get other people to join the Zoom call you know, when we go over the new tool. You
Yes,
know what
sir.
I mean? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So hopefully I want to do that at least one Sunday out of the month.
Okay.
And go over tools like this. So I'm gonna just, you know, go through some of them. You can see my screen?
Yes, sir.
All right. So not that, and not that, but you know, I went over virus total, but you know, I'll just go over, try to make each class maybe 30 minutes to an hour, or however long, you know, we get into it, because you may ask some questions that we may need to do digging on, you know what I mean? And if
Yes,
we
sir.
find something good, it may go over an hour.
Okay.
But you know, I'm gonna try to make the class to where it's real world focused as possible. How I use this on a day-to-day basis, and then how you can use it to you know, once you get your job as well.
I already got one question for you. Will you have Wireshark
Yep.
there as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Any
Good.
tool that I got Wireshark, I'm gonna do command lines. A lot of, I'm not just gonna keep it to cybersecurity stuff. I'm gonna do a lot of Windows-based troubleshooting, things
Windows.
that can help on service desk, help desk, what have you.
Okay.
And just kind of make you an all-around better. I think if I can make you an all-around better IT technician, then you'll feel better about some of the things that they're asking for in the cybersecurity sector.
Yes, sir.
So, but virus total will be one. This will be a good one too. Go fish. I never talked about this in class, but I got this set up on one of my PCs, and this is an open source phishing tool.
Okay.
So we can log into this joint, create fake phishing campaigns, and this platform is exactly what I did when I was at AgFirst in Sunoco, where I needed to test everybody. It's not the same exact tool, but it's built the same way. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. I remember you telling me about that.
I'm sorry. Say it
I
again.
remember you telling us about that when you was at AgFirst using something similar to this, and the CEO got upset because they fell for it.
Right. The CFO, financial officer, and but you know, some people go just into this sector, just security awareness training, and this will be a good tool to we go ahead and I don't know if I want to go into how to actually load it, because you got to load it on a server, and then you could treat your laptop as the server and then go into it to the front end of it on a web browser. I can show you that. But
What if
you
used like a virtual machine, put Windows Server 2016 up there and load it from there?
could do it. You could do it like that too.
Okay.
You could do it on a Linux box, what have you. It's all open source, so however you want to, you know, you want to go up here and take a look at it before the class, that'll be fine too. But you know, just the problem that we'll run into is that when you take it to a business, and let's say you want to do this from your local machine needs to be on their network in order for it to get past their firewalls and get past your firewall, really. And then jump onto their network and then send that fake email out to everybody in business. So they got things in place for that already. And I'll talk about more about it once we jump into it. But GoFish is real good. That's the Zoom joint. I just did this. So this is forgive me if I say this wrong, but the name of it is Excedia? Exium?
Oh,
either way.
Yeah, Exium platform.
Yeah, this is a open EDR system. So they got a whole bunch of stuff. And this is what when I found this, you ever heard of this?
No, sir.
When I found this application, I was like, man, I got to share this with Chris. This is a game changer to me. As you can see, we've got a service desk here. We can make up our own tickets here, learn how to close them. But you also got like your whole dashboard that you can, this is gold right here, gold. This
So
is
when
what you're, go ahead.
when they ask me like for help desk ticket applications, this right here could be what they use. Yes.
You can say that, so they're going to be looking for help desk platforms like Service Desk or those are the big names, Service Desk, Help Desk tickets. But any service desk or ticketing system is pretty much the same. Okay. You have your account, or you have your Google account and notification saying that you got a new ticket in your queue. And then you go and, you log into the system and you can see what it is to you. You read that ticket and then you go about troubleshooting that ticket. Okay. So I never went in here, but this you see what I'm saying? This is my queue. Okay. And this is perfect. So we'll set this up and we can either build our own little world of, hey, these are normal tickets that I normally see, and I can put them in your queue. You can go about going into each ticket, solving the issue, updating the ticket, closing the ticket here. You can even see the timesheets like this, and this is all free.
Oh yeah.
All free. You know how much this stuff costs for like one of those big time software companies?
Probably in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Or, well, I would say you're talking about $100 per seat, per license. Okay. Let's say you got to get there's 1,500 people in the company, so you can do the math on that. So
yeah,
that's
I like that.
Probably. But yeah, this is gold right here, man. I cannot front on this, and that's the first time I went into this panel, but the version 2 guy.
I like this. This is like real world experience stuff right here.
Yeah, this is where I was kind of bummed out that we wasn't gonna do the Wally K Foundation no more, because I was like, man, I could have showed this and really just kind of had people studying the lessons off hours, but when we get onto the Zoom call, we just be in this. Yeah. But maybe it's for the better. But anyway, check this out. They got patch management up in this joint, right?
Yes, sir. So
I already got the endpoint installed on one of my computers downstairs. And here, this is where that vulnerability management comes into play. Let's say you use hosted scan to scan that PC. You put this endpoint from this XCM, from the XCM platform onto that PC. And then now you can, once it runs the update or it sees what patches are missing, you can see it here in the platform here. And now we could say, I want this one, these two, because they're more critical. You can see it right here, critical update. Or I could say, you know what, due to the fact that we need this, I'm gonna go ahead and, this is more critical to our particular situation. I'm gonna go ahead and get that installed as well. And so you can select that, and then we can push this out here, install patches.
Oh, I like this right here. So like, in effect, this is what I would be doing, something like this, updating patches. Is this more of a help desk type thing, or Do
Oh,
you
this is
also
this is that vulnerability management piece that I was telling you about. So remember when you were doing the
Wallace?
Qualis? Yes. When you was doing that Qualis work, Qualis just took their platform and said, this is all we're going to work with. It's just the vulnerability management of it, right? And the patch management of it. But we're not going to worry about security, because this joint is also running scans, or, you know, quarantining PCs. I'm sorry, son. We just won a game.
Who, the Panthers?
Exactly.
So y'all
We
what,
just
2
won
and
the
12
game.
now?
2-12. That's all right. We heading to the bowl.
Oh man. Hey, if a win
Celebrating
is a
on the
win.
field like they celebrating on the field like they did something in the rain. He can kick 3 field goals to win the whole game. That's what's up. All right.
Didn't y'all just fire y'all coach?
Yeah, we fired him the other week. Yeah. But yeah, so this is gold, because it's not just doing one particular tool. So you didn't have to get Qualis and then go and get another tool to train on. You can, it's right here. You got a dashboard to learn we can go ahead and throw some fake viruses into some virtual machines. Because that's the thing, we could spin up some virtual machines and then throw these endpoints on it from this platform. And then what it looks like here in the dashboard, it looks like as if we got, that we got like a whole company that we're looking at. You know what I'm saying? So even to down here, applications. What applications don't we want on our network? We can go ahead and do our blacklist, our whitelist here. Even mobile apps, that's another thing. Mobile list. I've been trying to put my iPhone on it. And that's what you saw here, is that it was walking me through creating a certificate.
Oh,
for my
okay.
iPhone.
I got you.
This is gold, man.
I like this. Yeah, I like this. Yeah. And you say it's free?
I mean, just as free as they want to be.
Okay.
This is the cloud too, so this is gonna. I'll give you. It's gonna probably be right here. Yeah. I'll put that in the chat.
Okay.
So you can go to Open EDR, which will probably be. Because they do have a paid subscription, and I don't want you to do that. Here it is. I'll put that in the chat.
Okay.
But yeah, this is gold right here, man. Where we could do. You remember when I was talking about wiping? You can wipe the device here.
Yes, sir.
So even with the church, right? Going back to the church, if I wanted to, and once I get a hang of how these work, I'm gonna try. And once they get some dedicated phones, I don't want to put it on a personal phone.
Yes,
I don't want to have that, that privacy part come into play. But you could see here how you can control everything from just your simple dashboard. So let's just say you log into the morning. Hey, all right, let's see what's going on onto the network. This is what I mean of what's going on in the network. You're looking at your dashboard to see if your PC has any changes in it. I need to do a patch here on this PC. Okay. Maybe I'm not so worried about that PC. Maybe I am. but I can click on it and then I can see what's up. I can see all the information on it. Look at all that detail that they give you, man.
Yeah.
So this is what we see in the real world, for real.
So that's what you do.
For this PC, this is what I need to do.
Okay.
So let's see what else. It even did a software inventory of my whole laptop. So if I didn't want McAfee to be up here, I should be able to uninstall that application here.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Now I know that, well, I have a feeling that it's not as simple as this application is making it out to be, but the general premise is, if this is what you do on a regular basis, not saying I can do the stuff that you can do, but in general for entry-level jobs, why are they wanting you to have 2, 3, and 4 years sometimes for entry-level job if it's using an application similar to this, but performing the same basic things that you showing me how this application can perform?
Well, I will say that they're having the help desk part of it, which is not required, but having that service desk part of it, that help desk, service desk, however you want to say it does help on the cutting down on the time of having a ticket open. So when I contact you and I say, hey man, this application, one of my applications keep crashing, I don't understand why. It's going to, you done troubleshooted that in the service desk so much to where you kind of know where you need to go. And so even if I got this here on my PC, and this is how I'm looking at the whole network, instead of going through my software, I just, if that's the case, if that's the problem that they have, I can go straight to remote control, take over their PC, and just uninstall that PC because I know this is what their issue is, and this is how I'm gonna solve it within the first 15 minutes, instead of dragging that along. You know what I mean? So that really comes with time in.
Okay.
Going through different tickets. Some of these tickets will just be repeatable things, especially if people rolled out things. So yes, I get what you're saying, but to understand, and that's why we do classes, real world classes, so I can go ahead and let you know, hey, you don't need to jump to the summary all the time. It's nice to do asset inventory that way, but say if you need to do something and then keep it moving. Let's go ahead and let's do remote tools, and then just let's go ahead and connect to that host and then drop the file onto their PC and let it run in the background. Okay. That way, you can have these things in your arsenal. It's not necessarily, you're going to learn the tool regardless, right? But you're not taking up so much time learning on the job. When they say 3 to 4 years, they kind of want you to be able to navigate without being told what to do all the time.
Yes, sir.
So they're gonna give you a lot of leeway. So they'll say, Chris, man, hey, just make sure you go through the device list and make sure everybody's up on version 2.3 when it comes to the XM agent.
Okay.
And that'll be your task for the day. So now you got to find out, how do I know the agent version? It'll probably be somewhere here up in this joint right here. But that's what I mean. Instead of you racking your brain about where's the version at, and then opening up an Excel spreadsheet to put it down and make sure you go through 150 of them, maybe it's ways you could go about that in an easier way so you're not getting burnt out.
Yes, sir.
But that's perfect. What you asked me is perfect on how I want the videos to go, because you probably got those questions and other people probably got those questions.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, this is one of the big ones, and we don't have to cover all of this, what this tool can do in one setting. We could do several videos on this. You can even reboot, shut down, wake it up, do whatever, delete the device, not delete, you could delete from the platform, but not actually wipe it.
Okay.
But I did see for the mobile device, you can wipe that. But yeah, so in a nutshell, that's what I wanted to bring up to your attention.
Okay. Yeah, I like this. I like this right here. This is gonna be fun. A lot
Now,
funner
see,
than trying to deal with Python. Man, listen.
Word. But I'm pretty sure, you know, knowing Python, see, when you go back to your endpoints, once you go back to your endpoint, if you needed to, well, I ain't gonna say that. Because Python is more web, I think web development worthy than doing commands. But this right here, man oh man. And I mean, I can go into the, matter of fact, I would want to do a lesson on each one, just the dashboard, what to expect, because your boss is probably going to be, this is where your boss going to come in and he looks at this type of stuff. Because it gives him a high level view of what's going on. It's going to be up to you. And see, you remember when I just said, hey, what client version you're on?
Mm-hmm.
It was right here in the dashboard. I didn't even know. But you could just, you know, see. Now imagine if everybody, you had 500 users and you had so many people on different versions. We could possibly click on that and then have them upgrade their version number to the one that we want it to be.
Yes, sir. That's
real life situations right there. Corporate white right here. Yeah, man, all this good stuff right here. But not just that, we'll do some other tools on Windows. We'll do some troubleshooting in VirtualBox. Show you some stuff that I use in that. What else?
What about Windows Defender? Have you had any experience in that before?
Yeah. We can go over Windows Defender, how to set up scans, how to get those reports, how to look at those reports and see if they mean anything to us. But like here, can you see this?
Yes, sir.
So like you can run this is something I wanted to bring up to you. As you can see, I got a secondary virus scan on this PC upstairs, but they're about to be discontinued. This whole company going out of doggone service on the 1st. This is what I was teaching about. You know, when you get a software, but then the company goes belly up, and now you got this thing sitting out here. Let's say if I had this deployed to like 750 people, how am I gonna get that all off at one time?
Yeah.
Well, we go back to Exidium and we say, yo, we'll just go ahead and go here to our device list, go to our application list, software list, make sure it's selected, uninstall those applications. Now, that sounds simple, right? Here's where the experience comes in. If you do that during 9 o'clock in the morning,
the system's
they gonna be beating down your door all day. Yep. They gonna find out where you at, and they gonna say, "Hey, Chris, whatever you did, undo
it." Yes,
because
sir.
That's gonna be so resource intensive that what you're doing is you're essentially telling that endpoint to say, "Hey, stop whatever you're doing, and go find this application and uninstall it." That's gonna slow down the user. So now Mary, that's in the marketing department, she ain't got nothing else to do but to make her advertisement. She's mad because now the computer's running slow because you're uninstalling something in behind the scenes. That's where it's kind of like that 3-year, that 4-year experience comes into play. What we would do is say, hey, let's put in a change request to uninstall this application on 700 and different PCs, and we're going to do that on Thursday night at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Or we'll do that at Thursday night at 2 o'clock in the morning. And we'll check to see how many we got left at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
And that's essentially, that'll be a, you know what I'm saying? That's why they pay you what they pay you, because you don't necessarily work 9 to 5 like that. And sometimes we have to work those late hours.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I get it. I understand.
But yeah, man, we'll just do all of this, go through these different software that we can use. And this, virus total will be more around threat hunting, looking at what we can find in our antivirus platform, and then take it over to virus total, see what they say, if it's clean or not, how we look at URLs to see if we want to let people through or not. All good stuff, I think. And given the fact that you don't really have to learn about Security Plus anymore, you get it. Learning the tools, I think, would be helpful for you.
Yes, sir. Because at least I can explain, I know how to do this type of stuff in interviews.
Yeah.
That would be a major plus.
See, yeah. Yeah, this is dope. Because this is all real world stuff. Do you want to reboot them? Say, man, forget you. I'm gonna reboot your machine in 5 minutes after I install this doggone application, or am I gonna wait, 30 minutes, and I'm gonna give you the option to postpone it, which, user note, you always want to have the person give them a shot to postpone or reboot.
Okay. Don't
just go and reboot them in the middle of their work, especially if you're working remote, man.
Yes, sir.
Give them an option to get their work done. Because, remind you, this is going out to CEOs, directors, your boss. It doesn't matter. All this good stuff, though. But that's all I got, man. Any questions I'm going to talk to?
Okay, so
click on what is my IP address. The first, okay, it's right here. So as you see, Chris, I'm still pulling the same IP address, and that's probably going to be at my router, where I should tell my router, or in my virtual setup, in my virtual box, that I'm using a static IP, or maybe change that networking to give it a different IP address than what my regular PC has.
Yes, sir.
So there's no need to run a scan on this. We're going to go ahead and close out. And while that's downloading, that's all I have for Windows Update. Any questions, Ms. Frederick? Thank you. You can go ahead and disconnect from this PC.
Okay.
Any questions on that? So
I have a question on the hosted scan. You don't necessarily have to use it on a virtual machine. You can use it on any of your machines, correct?
Yeah, as long as you can, it can find that public IP address,